December 17th, 2024 study session to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beth.
Here.
Vice Mayor Edwards.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford.
Here.
Councilmember Botena.
Here.
Councilmember Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda today is the fiber optic broadband, I said broadband update. For that presentation, I will now turn it over to Deputy City Manager Mike Faust and Deputy Engineer and Director Dan Neeson.
Well, actually, I'm going to make the presentation.
Perfect.
So if that's all right.
Sorry, just reading from my notes here.
Not a problem. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Ben Ganados and I are here this afternoon to give you an update on fiber optic broadband. I guess I have to run the computer, right? So if you recall, on March 5th, Deputy City Manager Faust, Ben Ganados, and I gave you an update, a presentation on broadband, and during that presentation, we explained what fiber optic broadband was, that staff had received a number of requests from providers wanting licenses with the city to install their equipment throughout the public rights-of-way and easements. The challenge we had at that time was that fiber optic broadband was not legislated by federal laws, state laws, or the city code. So we told council that we would develop legislative documents. We would bring back the legislation, the fee methodology, and the license agreements to council at a later date for approval. Since we made that presentation, staff met with municipalities and a number of fiber providers, and you can see the list of providers that we've been meeting with. We took feedback from them as we considered the development of the legislative documents. And then in May of this year, staff completed the legislative documents, and we were contemplating when to bring those items to council. But in May of this year, we also found out that the Federal Communications Commission released its decision whereby it classified broadband fiber internet as telecommunications. And their decision became effective in July of this year. So what was the impact of the FCC decision? Now that broadband is considered telecommunications, there is federal laws and state laws that we have to comply with. The federal laws restrict the fees that the city can charge on telecommunication providers and dictates how the city allows the providers to utilize how they work in the right-of-way. And the one thing we noticed about the FCC decision as we were reviewing it is that it is silent on dark fiber. So what does that mean? It means that the legislative documents that the city had prepared back in May were no longer applicable, and we had to rewrite those documents so that we aligned with state and federal laws, and we were able to legislate dark fiber. So staff had contemplated temporary license agreements to be implemented by council, but after we took the time and looked through them, we knew it was going to take a little longer and not have much impact on our original schedule. So we decided against using temporary license agreements. In addition, we thought it could potentially cause confusion with the applicants. So the next steps, we're going to finalize developing the legislative documents, and we will be back before council in February of 2025 with a recommendation to adopt 2 ordinances. The first ordinance will amend Chapter 23 of the City Code. The second ordinance will amend Chapter 27 of the City Code. In addition, staff will work to update all the internal policies and procedures and provide training to staff. And the last item that I have to give you an update on, in March of 2025, council will start to see staff bringing forward the updated telecommunication agreements and dark fiber agreements as requested by the providers. So very short, we wanted to give you an update that we're close to coming to council, and if you have any questions, Ben and I are here to answer them.
Awesome. Councilwoman Dunn.
Just for my own sake, I don't know what dark fiber is. Could you explain that?
Sure. Dark fiber, as an example, would be where provider, I'll call him provider number one, has a license with the city, gets their plans approved, pulls their permits, pays all their fees, goes out and constructs their infrastructure in the right-of-way. And all of a sudden, say, provider number one decides to lease or license or contract their infrastructure to a third party. So being able to lease or contract or license their infrastructure to that third party, that empty fiber that they have there, that empty conduit being used by that third party is what we consider the dark fiber. So this license will allow the city, or I should say, this legislation will allow the city then to require the third party to obtain a license, the plan review fees and all the other fees being paid, just like we did with provider number one.
Thank you.
Councilor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. So currently, we have a couple sites that are under lease, right?
Beg your pardon?
We have sites now that are leased in the city, is that correct?
The city has 2 lease agreements that are managed through materials management, one at the sports complex with Crown Castle, and the other one at Fire Station 4 that was just assigned over to Crown Castle as well.
And how are those leases going? Are any issues with those leases?
We have some, I know Deputy City Manager Faust is going to talk about this at the next presentation,
Okay.
but we have had some challenges with those leases where the contractor doesn't check in at, for instance, at the sports complex, at the office before they go on site. We've had them show up at the fire station without alerting the fire station that they will be there. They just show up with their equipment, say we're ready to work here, and the fire department, you know, we'll tell them you need to make arrangements ahead of time to be on our property. So we're working with the carriers, but we still have a few issues because most of their contractors are from out of town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see here. So next would be the final item on the agenda would be presentation, well, actually, it's the policy discussion. Are we doing policy discussion of the small cell sites and city property?
Mr. Mayor, Council, thanks for the opportunity. And this is really a continuation of the conversation that Dan and Ben were just delivering. So if the fiber optic line is what's in the ground, which really is the vehicle by which cellular networks drive on, and then those fiber lines connect to cellular sites. And so in 2017, city staff adopted a policy that prohibited placement of wireless facilities on city-owned property. So as Vice Mayor Edwards had just asked about the 2 sites that we own, essentially those became so problematic that city staff adopted a policy that said, essentially for security reasons and logistic reasons, at the sports complex and the fire station, we're going to prohibit any future leases on city property. But in the absence of offering those small cell or macro site leases, the city really has no influence on cellular coverage throughout the city. So if you live where I live in the city, you have to go stand in your backyard in the heat of the summer to have a phone call, right? You cannot have you can't. And we've heard stories of people come here to council and talk about poor coverage up in Vistancia. We've heard about it in Sonoran Mountain Ranch where folks struggle. And so now with the team bringing forth the fiber legislation they just talked about in March, we're going to start to see a larger network of fiber going in, which will help small businesses and residential homes get their better and faster broadband internet service. but without having a microcell or a small cell site at the end of that, essentially an antenna on the end of the line, we will not see cell coverage impact. Now, this is a commercial application where providers are coming back to us and saying, hey, we'd like to install small cell locations. But because of really Vice Mayor Edwards challenging us to say, how do we drive better coverage in our city? It really challenged us to go back and look at what can we do to effectuate change, positive change, in terms of improving coverage around the city. So with this infrastructure now going in, it really challenges us as a city staff to say, should we forego this administrative policy that's in place of no longer permitting leases on city property? And we understand the risks of it. So as we've thought through it, we've considered situations like a park light post. Should we consider leasing small cell sites on a park light post where we don't have as many concerns about access to it? Not unlike the sports complex, right? The sports complex that towers behind a wall, and we have a lot of access issues. Or at the fire station, do we have situations where contractors show up to work on their site, to work on their equipment without announcing that they're coming? It's disruptive to the station. One place where we said we absolutely don't want to consider it is on water campuses, right? We have antenna on our water campuses for our own transmission of information, but because of our water security concerns, our infrastructure security concerns, we don't need to be allowing contractors access to our property because it increases our risk as a municipality. So the staff are considering changing the policy as it exists for not allowing leases on these sites. But we wanted to come back and have this conversation with you folks and understand what is that balancing act between us promoting the marketing lands or potentially looking for sites and partnering with carriers, or continuing our policy of not permitting that. So just as a point of reference, when we say small cell or micro cell site, you see that on the left of the screen. It's going to be a small antenna that mounts typically on the top of a light post. A lot of times you don't even recognize it. The way to really see it, you might see the antenna that sits on the top, but it's really the cabinets that sit up against the wall. That's how I recognize when I'm driving down the road if there's a micro cell site. There's also macro cell sites, and so the image that's on your right is of the sports complex. So that one sits dead center of the Peoria Sports Complex. We've had that agreement for years, but as the team had expressed, we had a lot of issues with people just showing up to do work unannounced. That is a secured area, and it has been problematic for us to try to manage those things. But we also know in the absence of offering sites, there is a limitation. Right, a limitation to what the private sector will go find, depending on what areas. To that point, we are not recommending any macro cell sites. We're not even wanting to really open that door about macro cell sites on city property. It's really around, is there a market for? Does council feel it's advantageous for staff to go further investigate whether or not we should be leasing micro cell sites on city-owned property? So as we've looked at that, essentially we are looking for some advisement. We're looking for some feedback on whether to continue this exploration. Should council decide that exploration of this topic is warranted, we think the proper strategy would be to a request for information, put it out to the carriers and cell providers and say, hey, if we offer these types of sites in these locations, is that marketable to you? Does that help increase coverage throughout the city? From that, then exploring what rate structures could look like, what are the agreements relative to the easements necessary to construct said sites, and then ultimately establishing a commensurate lease rate should the conversation extend to that far. So with that, I'll take any questions at this time as we consider whether or not to modify the admin policy about leases of microcell sites on city property.
Councilor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Mike. So And again, in my opinion, talking about earlier, as Dan was talking about the growth of the city, I think it's essential that we, explore this opportunity because we have areas of the city that literally have no coverage or very limited coverage. Four Corners comes to mind, Vistancia comes to mind, and I hear it a lot from residents in Sonora Mountain Ranch that, look, we have no cell service, and so I think it behooves us to look into this further. I'd also recommend possibly, as going forward, as projects are being presented to the city from private developers, is working with them as to I know that they just started construction on a 4-story hotel at Joe Max and Lake Pleasant Parkway. Those are opportunities that maybe we can look at as working with the developer or partnering them with the providers to say, maybe putting a small micro tower on their facility to help better coverage. I mean, I think we need to do everything we possibly can and getting ahead of this so that we have coverage for our residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final item on the agenda for presentations is the mid-year financial review. For that presentation, I will now turn it over to Deputy City Manager, Mr. Kevin Burke, and Chief Financial Officer, Sean Kendall. And anybody else that wants to join.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the time tonight. We're excited to come before you with the mid-year financial review. This has been a best practice at the City of Peoria for a number of years now, and it only makes sense. Our budget process is about a 9-month process to get a budget in place, and that budget, we're often predicting things that are going to happen anywhere. Did we get it right? Are we very far off? Do we need to make some course corrections before we start the whole cycle all over again? So this year, I can remember back in June, in fact, I was off with my kids' graduation, but I was streaming the council meeting of the budget adoption, and I remember as we were going through that saying, how the heck are we going to pull this off again next year? Because it's definitely been some tight resources with some ambitious policy goals, and so we're ready to start that cycle again. But in order to do that, want to make sure we're going to just what is that going to look like? And so we started our process early this year. Heck, we started it in June for 26. The good news is, and our CFO, Sean Kendall, is going to go through some economic analysis of what's going on in the economy, and I think you're going to see that gives us a little bit more room to work around, which I'm very excited about. And then our Deputy Finance Director, Peter Christensen, is going to take kind of what that economy and how it translates into revenue forecast for the upcoming fiscal year and kind of what that might look like in regards to some of our other growth with our budget. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Thank you, Council, and our Mayor and Council for having us here tonight. We're going to be looking at a high level at the economic conditions, both nationally and locally, and take a look at how that's impacting Peoria and our forecast. And then we'll talk a little bit about next steps in the budgeting process. Before we get started looking at the economy, I do want to give thanks to Jim Rounds. He provided some guidance and some of the charts that you'll see tonight on the economy. So where do we start? GDP, or gross domestic product, is one of the predominant indicators for the economy. Excuse me. GDP represents the production of goods and services in an economy, and as you can see by looking at this chart, the growth for the nation has been both strong and consistent. Since the first quarter of 2021, where we started seeing the recovery from the pandemic, growth has averaged 3.3% annualized. And since the third quarter of 2022, so for the last 2 years, growth has averaged 3.1%. To kind of put this in perspective, a healthy GDP growth is considered to be about 2 to 3%. You grow too fast, that's not always a good thing if you want to keep growing though. So we're right in that healthy ballpark. To bring that a little closer to home, Arizona has seen basically the same kind of a trend, slow, steady growth for that. Since The second quarter of 2022, Arizona has averaged 2.8% growth annualized, and we have had no quarters in that time frame that were below 2% in Arizona. So that growth has been consistent throughout. Talk more about that later. The next thing that we want to look at is inflation. So let's see where that's at. As you can see from the chart, we had the big spike in inflation coming out of the pandemic in 21 and 22. But for the last year and a half, inflation has been under 4% annualized. And it's getting close to that Fed goal of 2%. It's not there yet, but it's coming down toward it. While the Phoenix metro area has experienced more volatility in inflation, so our numbers went much higher during the spike than they did nationally, we have also seen that we've been outperforming the nation for the last year. And in October, inflation dropped to just 1.6% in the Phoenix area. Now, it's important to remember with inflation that still means prices are going up, okay? They're just going up at a slower rate than what we saw before. Okay, the other side of the coin from inflation is job growth. So the balance that we try to achieve is to bring inflation down without damaging job growth, without damaging the job market. A healthy level of job growth historically is considered to be about 100,000 new jobs per month. The U.S. has been consistently outperforming that. In September, we added 223,000 jobs. October was down. It was only about 36,000 jobs. However, in the month of October, there were 2 major hurricanes that hit in the Florida area, as well as a couple of major strikes that took place. Those are short-term events. Those are things that will hit a job market quickly, but then we'll see a rebound. And that's exactly what happened. In November, we rebounded with 227,000 jobs created. So job growth continues to be strong in the nation. How does Arizona look compared to that? With the exception of the Great Recession years, where Arizona got hit really hard during the Great Recession, Arizona has consistently outperformed the nation on job growth, and that makes sense because we're a growing state. We're one of the fastest growing states. So it makes sense that our job growth would also be better through that time frame. Okay, let's bring all this together. So for the last 2 years, we've been coming up before you with all kinds of warnings and cautions about there's a ton of uncertainty out there. We don't know where the economy's going. The big reason for that uncertainty, the big reason that we've been coming to you with those warnings is all of our leading economic indicators were telling us a recession's right around the corner. I know that we've got that chart up there is really small up at the top, but if you look all the way to the right of that chart, you see that long red bar that runs from 2022 to about halfway through 2024. That red bar is, according to the conference board, that red bar is the indicator from when our leading indicators tell us that a recession is coming. So for the last 2 years, that's what our indicators have been telling us, is a recession is coming. Starting in about June of this year and going through and actually into October, we've been right on the bubble of, is a recession coming or are we out of that impending recession range? As of October, the indicators are no longer telling us a recession is coming.
Something around November 5th.
In other
It says
words,
that's going to go the other way.
most economists at this point in time, most economists are comfortable in saying that we either have already achieved a soft landing or are about to achieve the soft landing. What a soft landing means is you come out of a period of high inflation without going into a recessionary period. And it appears that we have accomplished that and made it to that point in time. All right, so that's all the good news. There are still some things that we want to keep an eye on, but they're longer-term things that we're doing. They're things that we want to watch that might impact us in the next 2 to 5 years, but it's not an immediacy. So we're coming to you, we're actually really comfortable with where the economy is at right now and where it's going, and that'll show up in the forecast when Peter gets to that. But there are some things that we want to keep an eye on, just to watch. First is the Fed with the interest rates. We should have more information on that this week. We're expecting one more quarter point cut or quarter cent cut in the Fed rates for this year. But there has been some indication that because of the strong job growth, because of the strong economy, they may slow down the pace of the rate cuts from what the market has been expecting for next year. So it may not come quite as fast in the rate cuts, and that might have some impact. Policies of the incoming administration, how those policies are implemented could have impact on things, whether it's pro-growth, whether it's inflationary, or whether it's some kind of a mixture of both. It just depends on how those policies are rolled out and what we see from those. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And then we also have to keep an eye on the national debt and the national deficit. They've both been trending upwards as a percentage of GDP. Again, it's a longer term impact. It's not anything that we're going to see immediately force us, but it is just another thing that we're trying to keep an eye on to get a feel for where we're going on the long term. All right, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter, and he'll tell you what that means for us in Peoria and what our forecast looks like.
Thank you, Sean. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to warn you before I get started that I am going to say some positive things tonight. I have a reputation for being negative for some reason, but
I do
tonight
not.
we're going to try to change that narrative. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about some of what Sean's been saying and how that translates into our revenues at the city, and then what we're seeing in terms of forecasts going forward. This chart I have up here is one we show you all the time. You're probably sick of it. I won't belabor it, but the point I want to make is that if you look at our general fund revenue composition, 2/3 of our revenue sources are coming from just 3 revenue sources: our city sales tax, our state shared sales tax, and our state shared income tax. And the reason that's important is because these are all what I'd call very elastic revenue sources, meaning that they're very sensitive to changes in the economy, and our revenues can flip very quickly. Now, we're not expecting that now, as Sean's been talking about, but we're different from cities in the Midwest and in the East Coast, where they rely on property taxes as a very stable source of revenue. You can see we only have 2% of our general fund revenues coming from property tax, and that's very common in Arizona. So just something to keep in mind as we go through this. Okay, so we'll hit these 3 major revenue sources, starting first with the city's sales tax. For the longest time, I've been here for a while, we had very stable growth in revenues. It would grow at anywhere from 4 to maybe 7%. We averaged about 6% in probably 10 years leading up to the COVID pandemic. The whole thing kind of changed everything in our world and in the whole world. The federal stimulus that happened during that time was one of the big factors in inflation. It put a lot of money in the economy. It put money in people's pockets. They spent the money. This is all good. I mean, for you and I that go to the grocery store, the inflation that happened isn't a good thing. From a tax and a revenue standpoint, it was a good thing because the price of goods went up, and that drove our revenues up. So we saw revenue increases of our city sales tax of 14% in 21 and then another 11% in 22. That has changed in the last couple of years. In FY23, as you can see, we saw about 4.6% growth year over year, and then last year we dropped all the way down to 2.1%. So still positive. It's not a bad thing, but definitely different from what we had been seeing just a couple years ago. Here's where the positive comes in. We look at our city sales tax revenues every month. We keep a close eye on this. A year ago, when we were here talking to you, we were very nervous, as Sean talked about where things were headed with the economy and with our revenues, because we were seeing just as many negative months of growth in our sales taxes as positive months, and you can see that indicated in that 12-month rolling average where it was trending down and kind of bottomed out in February and March of this year.
In fact, if I can just jump in, I mean, if you look at October, November, December of '23, which would have been sitting here the same time last year, you're seeing 3 months of negative sales tax. So you can tell we were quite nervous about where things were heading.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. But the good news is, in this fiscal year, the first 4 months of this fiscal year, you can see those July through October, we've averaged 9% growth in our sales tax year over year. That's really good, and it was definitely not expected. So based on that, we've revised our forecast. We were projecting flat forecasts for this current fiscal year. We revised that to 2% growth, and we need to probably take another look at that. If we continue to see the growth, this kind of growth, we'll probably revise that upward again. So we feel really good about where our revenues are at this point and what the economy is doing, and so that's where my positivity comes in. On the state shared sales tax, this is similar story to local sales tax. It kind of mirrors what goes on there, although the ups and downs tend to be a little bit more dramatic. So this was a fairly stable source. It averaged about, again, in that 5 to 6% range for a long time going into COVID. Then it shot up by 18% in 21 and then a 39% in 22. Crazy growth. That was the same factors were at play there, except that we also had census numbers come in, and Peoria was growing faster than other cities in Arizona, and so the calculation helped our revenues even further. Again, here that trend has changed, and we're definitely not growing as fast as we were in our state shared revenues. We dropped to about 2.6% in 23, and then came back up to about 4.6, I think, in 24. The state's projecting growth of 3.1% in their sales tax for this year. That's in line with what we have in our forecast. So again, growth has dropped off, but the good news is it's still positive and trending upwards. Okay, last but not least, and this is the most complicated, is state shared income tax, or what is officially called urban revenue sharing. One of the things that makes this complicated is that we receive the revenues 2 years after they're collected by the state. So when we're looking at FY24, those were collections that happened in FY22. When you look at this graph, you can see that for the longest time, we kind of hovered right around $20 million in annual collections from this source. And then again, in the COVID, we jumped up to really big collections. You can see $52 million in 24. If you've read some of the news about other cities, they've gotten in trouble because of this. They kind of bought into some of the state's projections. They thought, oh, look, our revenues are at $52 million there. Now we'll set our base there, and then I'll show you in the next slide that that is not true. So those yellow bars there are numbers that we know because they're based on collections that happened in the previous 2 years. So we'll hit the $52 million this year. We then drop all the way down to $42 million, and then in 26 we go down to below $40 million. Now we knew this was coming. We've planned for this, but it is hard to know where exactly our base is going to fall. So we've been careful with that. We had it a little above 30 million last year. We've raised it up into the mid-30s now for FY27, and then we grow it after that. So this is a tricky one with the flat. And just to back up a little bit, the reason you see that huge increase is that has to do with, first of all, personal and corporate incomes were growing for a couple of years there. But also with the passage of the flat tax, part of that bill changed the distribution formula between the state and the city. As part of the deal, that cities, because they were going to lose some money through the flat tax, they'd increase the city's share from 15% to 18%, and that happened in that FY '24. But then in '25 and '26, you're seeing the actual reduction in the tax rate taking effect, so those are dropping. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this, but we have, compared to last year, our base revenues are higher, so that helps the forecast. Okay, so now that you've seen what our revenues are doing, we'll move on to how this translates into fiscal capacity going forward. Last year, I showed you some headlines of some things that were going around the valley. I thought I'd do it again. I'm not here to say negative things about other cities, but the fact of the matter is, between the impact of the residential rental tax going away, which happens this January 1st, and some of the uncertainties with the urban revenue sharing, there are cities that struggled with that, who find themselves in some difficult financial positions, and to the point that they're raising taxes now. And you've probably seen some of that in the news. Fortunately, in Peoria, we have good forecasting, we have good financial policies adopted by the council, and we've been strategic in the way we use our money so that we're not one of these cities that has to worry about some of these things, at least for now. And we wouldn't have to worry about them unless the economy, went into a recession or something, and then everybody's worrying about it. So, talking about the general fund assumption, or the general fund forecast, these are kind of the major assumptions that are in there. We do have the residential rental tax going away. We've known about that for a couple of years. It is a $3.3 million impact to the general fund and about $5.5 million impact citywide. So not insignificant, but we were able to absorb that. As I said, we are projecting 2% growth in sales tax revenues for the current fiscal year. We'll likely revise that up based on what we're seeing. Urban revenue sharing, we just talked about. We have increased the base revenue there, which helps the forecast. One interesting benefit of inflation and the Fed's actions to raise rates is that we're seeing huge gains in our interest income. So we've been able to, and we are limited on the kinds of things we can invest in. They're very short term, they're fixed income securities, but we've been able to get out of a lot of lower yielding securities and lock in some higher yielding securities, at least for the next 5 years. And so that's represented in the forecast. Now you have to be careful with this because the nature of interest rates is that they change quickly, but we feel good for the next 5 years that we're going to see pretty elevated income from interest, which is a good thing. On the expenditure side, we do assume that, we assume merit increases for all employee groups in the city for all 5 years of the forecast, so that's built into the forecast. We do not include cost of living adjustments or market adjustments just because we like to look at that year by year and see how our revenues are performing and how much we might be able to afford for those types of things. And then we do also include estimated ongoing operating and maintenance costs for CIP projects that are getting constructed and built. Okay, so here's the actual forecast for the general fund. The blue bars are the revenues. This is not very exciting, but what you can see is revenues are increasing gradually over the forecast period. When we bring in the expenditures, and I'm talking only ongoing revenues and ongoing expenditures, we take out all one-time things from this forecast. We do have a positive gap between revenues and expenditures throughout all 5 years of the forecast. That's a good thing. So looking at this, we would say we have $8 million of capacity to add new ongoing spending in the first couple of years of this, and then a little bit more coming later in the forecast. This isn't cumulative, so any dollars spent in FY '26 are not available in '27 or in FY '30. Another way to look at it is over the next 5 years, we have approximately $2 million per year in new spending that we can add.
And that's a piece, if I could really emphasize, again, it's very easy to have your eye attracted to the large numbers, but again, remember, we're looking at over 5 years That's a cumulative number over the 5 years. So we really are looking at about $2 million in new available money each year and consistently being able to make some changes and improvements over that time. And that's pretty impressive because that's $2 million over and above the merit increases that we've already talked about that are going to employees. So it does give us some capacity to do some real things.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, so turning ourselves to another one of our major funds, the half-cent sales tax fund. This is kind of an extension of the general fund, but we forecast and budget for it separately, and we actually have a council policy governing how we spend, which focuses mostly on economic development, public safety, and the sports complex. There's only one source of funding in the fund, which is the sales tax itself. You can see we're growing again modestly over the 5-year forecast. When we bring in the ongoing expenditures that we have in this fund, again, we have positive capacity of about $3.3 million in FY26, and then growing to about $5.5 million. Since this is the primary fund we use for economic development, we would recommend really holding this capacity back to help us with some pretty big undertakings that you are all aware of, instead of programming that for public safety and other things which we have done in the past. Next is our utility enterprise funds. These are, as you know, very large, very expensive, and very important operations of the city. What I'm showing in the screen is just the adjustments that we made in fiscal year 24 and 25 to utility rates. As you know, cities across the valley have seen some pretty robust rate increases over the last few years. That's partially due to inflation. It's partially due to cities trying to take care of their long-term water security, just as we are. We are in the very beginning phases of a full-blown utility rate study. We have a consultant on board. They're working for us now. Don't have any results from that yet, but we will early in the coming year. I would expect that we will see another few years of pretty robust rate increases to be needed just to deal with. It's mostly driven by capital at this point, addressing those water security issues as well as some economic development things. So we'll bring that back to you early next fiscal year. We'll go through all that, present you some different options, and we'll see where we get at that time. But these are costly operations. Inflation has really hit them hard. Labor costs have hit them hard, and what we're doing on the capital side is a big factor as well. Okay, so the key takeaways from my presentation tonight is the soft landing appears to be real. A recession does not seem likely in the near term at least, especially here in Arizona. Our tax revenues are not growing nearly at the rate they were 3-4 years ago, but they are still positive and trending upward. We have ongoing capacity. As Kevin said, though, we do need to be judicious about how we use that and how we program it for new things. I didn't really touch on this yet, but we do have also significant one-time resources available as those revenues came in over budget and over expectations that all went into our one-time fund balance. Most of that we're planning to program toward capital needs, but you'll see that as we come back to you next year with the actual budget. We're recommending, again, preserving half-cent capacity for some of the big economic development things we have going on, and then, as always, there's that need to strike a balance between the affordability of utility rates and the various policy goals that we have in that area. In terms of next steps, we are knee-deep in the middle of the budget process for FY26. We've already received capital budget requests. We will get the operating requests by the end of the year. And then in January, we'll start meeting with departments, we meaning the finance department with the deputy city managers. And then as we'll get together with the city managers team in February to balance the budget with the goal of delivering a recommended budget to you in March ahead of your city council budget study sessions. And then we go through the fun process of 3 consecutive council meetings of formal budget adoptions in May and June. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
first time ever, Mr. Henry Darwin.
Yeah,
Actually
I usually just raise my hand and then just start talking, and so
was like, you actually
I saw
pushed
this
the
little
button.
button here that says request to speak, and I was wondering
like, what?
I was wondering what that thing
I
did.
had to look
And it
over, I'm
actually-
like, did he set his water bottle down or something?
Thank you, guys, for the presentation. Kevin, would you mind just talking very briefly about the efforts that you've undertaken around, increasing revenue and reducing costs? We meet once a month now to talk about where those opportunities might be. So just if you just you don't have to go into specifics, but just if you could just let the council know that we're not just relying upon, how the economy is going and these kind of forecasts, but we're also looking at those efforts. So if you could just explain it just real briefly.
You bet. Mayor and Council, so as I noted in June, was a bit stressed about how we were going to pull this off again next year, and certainly trying to see revenues grow to a point that we had the ability to do the things that you all have identified as some key policy issues. And so to that, we undertake what I've been affectionately calling the 6 buckets, and looking at 6 different ways that we might increase revenues. So certainly you've got the fee element of it, you've got the taxes element, so those are kind of 2 straightforward. But we've also had expenditure reductions. So we asked all of our departments to look at all of their existing services and programs and understand, are there efficiencies to be found? Are there programs that are maybe not as popular as they once were that could be repurposed? And so to really look at possibilities of how we could reduce those expenditures. We've looked at the economic development. The economic development is starting to see some real returns as new things are coming online, whether these are new restaurants around the sports complex, whether they're a new car dealership, whether they're a new supermarket. Those, when you start putting them together, are starting to add up, and we're seeing some real revenue beyond just the same things growing at an incremental percent increase. These are actually new contributors to our economy that are adding to this. We're also looking at other efficiencies. Where are some innovations or efficiencies where, hey, what if we, and this is maybe not always the most popular one, but sometimes you can add personnel that can return not only their costs, but their costs plus revenues on top of it. We have a particular person that helps us with our insurance claims. Hey, if this person is worth their weight in salary because they're able to make claims on, people hitting traffic poles that knock out the whole signal, going to their insurance company and saying, listen, you need to pay us back and the damage and recovering that money. Those are things that, hey, maybe we could add 2 insurance claim people that do that. So looking at those sorts of rocks that we're turning over and saying, what more revenue could that add to the pot so that we can continue to advance along with some of the money that we're seeing from the new revenue. I think that covers it. Okay.
Comments, questions? No? So, let's pull this up real quick. So, CEO optimism rises following the Trump election. Okay? You look at every single headline on here saying that is literally consumer confidence since the election. Every single article is talking about stock market increases, confidence in the economy improves. ITR, which is one of the largest and oldest economic standards, is consumer confidence is at its highest in the last 4 to 5 years. I mean, there's no, I mean, I know we play rainy day, which is exactly what you guys do. But if you literally talk to anybody since November 5th, like anybody in the business world, everybody talks about how consumer confidence is up, spending is up, car sales are up across the nation, literally by like almost 22%. I mean, it's just like basic economics. Over the next 12 to 24 months, I think we're going to see a giant increase in performance because people don't hold cash in their pockets. They spend it. I mean, it's just the reality of it, right? So, you give somebody $300, they're going to spend 280 of it, easily, and they'll give away the other 20, to somebody else. I mean, it's just the reality. So, we should see large economic growth over the next, if the next administration does what they say they're going to do, you know, capital gains going down to 15% is going to put a ton of money into the economy, you know, because you're going to start to see these guys start putting more money to work. It's a big difference. So hopefully that translates into state economic growth and also city economic growth. So, all right, thank you for your presentation. And there being no further business, I hereby declare the study session is adjourned.
welcome you to the Peoria City Council meeting. As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. If you would like to address an issue that is on the agenda, or if you would like to speak to the council regarding a non-agenda item, please complete a speaker request form, which can be found in the front lobby of the Peoria City Council chambers or in the tray to the left of the speaker's podium. Please place the completed speaker request form in the second tray to the left of the speaker's podium labeled Request to Speak. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown clock is easily visible on the left side of the wall behind the City Council dais. Only items listed on the agenda may be addressed by the council. Since items presented as part of a speaker's request have not been listed on the agenda, and due to the requirements of open meeting laws, the council will be unable to respond to items presented as part of the speaker's request. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time in the order that the forms were received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Peoria City Council meeting.
Good evening and welcome to Peoria City Council meeting. I hereby call the meeting of December 17th, 2024 to order. Those who are able, please stand for the invocation by Reverend James Khalif from St. Charles, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Merry Christmas to you all. As we are entering into the Christmas season, I would like to begin this session reading from Gospel, a short passage. Gospel according to St. John, chapter 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things came to be through him, and without him nothing came to be. What came to be through him was life, and this life was the light of the human race. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. And so we pray. God our Father, we praise and thank you for sending us your Son, Jesus Christ, as the light of the world. As we prepare to celebrate his birthday, give us your grace that we may always be united with him. May every decision, plans that we make for the good of our society be a means to bring the light of Christ to everyone. Thus everyone who lives in this city may experience the guidance of God and the good of each and every citizen of our country. Guide our mayor and all the council members to make the right decisions for your glory and for the good of our people. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. And let us pray together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. May the grace of God be upon all of you, especially on our mayor and all the council members. Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck.
Here.
Vice Mayor Edwards.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford.
Here.
Councilmember Boutella.
Here.
Councilmember Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Present.
Youth Liaison Adam Shaw.
Here.
Council Youth Liaison Tawari.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. If anyone would like to address the council about a matter, please submit a speaker request form, which can be found at the entrance to the room at this time. First on the agenda is the presentation. First item this evening is presentation of certificates of newly appointed boards and commission members. For that, I would like to recognize Councilmember Bill Patena. Oh, jeez. I'm like, wow, somebody had some espresso. I don't think I've ever seen you get out of your chair that fast.
Good evening, everyone. So today we're going to welcome 2 more members to our already 100-member staff that does volunteers for the city of Peoria. The city of Peoria is a great city, but it's an even greater city because of our volunteers. So if you're here and I call your name, please come down and get your plaque. Amanda Peters, Historic Preservation Commission. Jamie Williams, Arts and Culture Commission.
Got moving. He's like, let's step it out. Next, I would like to recognize City Council Assistant Daniel Murillo to give a presentation for our outgoing council member, Mr. Brad Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council, everyone watching at home. It is my distinct privilege to be here before you this evening to present Agenda Item 5, which is the honorable service presentation for our outgoing council members, Mr. Bill Patena and Mr. Brad Schaefer. Before I get into both of these amazing careers, I wanted to take a brief moment to introduce myself. My name is Daniel Murillo. I'm a City Council Assistant here at the City of Peoria. I've been with the city now going on 17 years, and most of what I do is behind the scenes, which is why you've never seen me here before. So be patient with me as I get through this.
We do see you on the video every day.
You do, and
You actually might be the most seen guy in the city.
I like seeing myself. I don't like hearing myself. So like I said, most of what I do is behind the scenes. We as council assistants work as a communication bridge and liaison between you, the elected officials, the staff seated here behind me, and those residents that are watching at home. I say we because there are 2 other members on my team, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention them, Irene and Braytana. Collectively, we serve the 6 council districts that you see here on the map that make up Peoria. Coincidentally enough, though, the 2 council members that I personally serve are the ones who are choosing to leave on their own volition. I'm not going to take that personally. However, I will carry on the torch of service into the new year, where I look forward to working with the Ironwood District and the Willow District in 2025. So enough about me. Let's move on to the stars of tonight's show. First up is Councilmember Brad Schaefer from the Mesquite District. Councilmember Schaefer was appointed to serve on council in April of 2022 and was elected by voters into office in November of that year. Throughout his time in office, Councilmember Schaefer has prioritized smart growth, which makes sense in the Mesquite District, supporting local businesses and schools, and all sorts of outdoor recreational amenities that I've probably never even heard of, to be honest. His service before self-approach to leadership is obvious in everything that he does, and he'll be the first one to tell you that it comes from his time in the United States Air Force. It takes just one look at those core values on the screen to see that Councilmember Schaefer exemplifies each of these in his daily life. Because of his time in the armed forces, Councilmember Schaefer has continually been a huge proponent of veteran services throughout his tenure here. His unwavering support for veterans goes beyond Peoria, where he collaborates and works with regional groups such as the West Valley Mavericks, Fighter Country Foundation, the American Legion, and many more. One particular effort that I know has a special place in his heart is Operation Wake Surf. This organization aims to bring camaraderie, healing, and mentorship to first responders and military personnel by providing unique opportunities out on the open waters. And I know Councilmember Schaefer has personally coached dozens of veterans out at Lake Pleasant, and I'm sure he's hoping to find more time to do so after he leaves office. Along the topic, before life in office, Brad was a 3rd-generation veteran and was a medic stationed at Luke Air Force Base. There he was stationed during the 9/11 attacks and can still recall with vivid detail the instructions he got on that day. He followed up with tours of duty throughout Operation Iraqi Freedom and Enduring Freedom. And Councilmember, thank you for your service.
In his 9-to-5 job, the council member is an advocate for process improvements at all levels, holding a, bear with me, Lean Six Sigma black belt, and along with an MBA in healthcare administration. His service before self attitude is obvious from his extensive community service experience and leadership positions that you see here listed on the board. So what awaits a council member after office? With 3 kids in school, it's no doubt that slowing down life is not an option. Family will continue to come first for him as it always has, and I know he'll spend plenty of quality time outdoors, both with and with his family, whether it be surfing, mountain biking, coaching baseball, and like I said, probably tons of other stuff I've never even done. I'm certain he will find more ways to serve his community, whether that be through church, schools, or some other facets, and ultimately I know he hopes to combine the 2 things he loves the most, family and outdoors, by spending some much-deserved travel time both locally and abroad. I think we might have a sneak peek of Councilmember going on vacation here. Let me see. Oh, yep, there he goes. Right across. Sorry, I had to. As we advance to this photo slide, you'll see a quote from the council member at the top, which again I think exemplifies his work ethic and passion for the community. And really, Brad, I just want to say personally that working for you the past 2 years has been an absolute pleasure. Quite honestly, I've never met anybody with such an insane schedule as yours, but still manages to balance everything from work to life to home and everything in between. I mean, dude, you work 6 to 6, you go to the gym, you coach the game, and then you still read the whole council agenda. Like that is crazy to me. And you respond to every resident email, so thank you for making my job a little bit easier. Brad, you're truly a servant leader that leads from the heart, and I know for a fact that the Mesquite District will certainly miss you. Thank you for your service, and with that, I'd like to turn it back over to Mayor.
Thank you, Daniel. So we have a presentation here. So every outgoing, every retiring employee at this point, right? Over 20 years. Over 20 years. So this flag, this is the City of Peoria flag, flew over Peoria City Hall on December 12th, 2024, in honor of Councilmember Brad Schaefer's dedication of service to the City of Peoria residents and employees. His service from April of 2022 to December of 2024. So staff, want to make sure you, all right, thanks, man, appreciate it. Councilor Schaefer, would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. Thank you, Peoria. I want to start with Daniel. He is an absolute amazing assistant, and how he managed myself and Bill and the Mesquite District and everything. I don't understand. He's a great man, and he's a great father. I know he spends a lot of time with his new daughter. But to the residents of the Mesquite District that are watching this tonight, a lot of the work, or actually probably all the work, was because of that man right there, him and the amazing staff. So I am honored and humbled to be able to serve the City of Peoria. Like the slide said, it was about service. I love Peoria. I've been a Peoria resident for quite some time, and I'm proud to live in this great city. And just recently, someone came to me and asked me, Brad, what's the greatest thing about Peoria for the future? What does Peoria have for the future? And I said, it's simple, the people. Just one thing, the people. And when I say the people, I'm talking about you, the residents, the families, the friends, the Peorians, and then the staff and the leadership and those that represent Peoria, because you're what makes Peoria great. So thank you for all the support and love. And if you see me out on the trails or you see me at Lake Pleasant, make sure you stop by and say hi. So thank you. And
Thank you, Mayor. Next up, we have one of our longest tenured council members, Councilmember Bill Patena from the Ironwood District. Councilmember Patena was elected in November of 2012 and reelected by his constituents in 2016 and again in 2020. He has been in office now again for 12 years, making him one of the longest seated council members at this dais. In fact, when I began working in the district, his boundaries went as far south as Thunderbird, if you can imagine that. Throughout his tenure, Councilmember Patena has focused on ensuring Peoria's neighborhoods remain healthy and vibrant. This was accomplished through numerous site visits and consistent messaging. In fact, I'd venture to guess that just about every neighborhood in Peoria knows the type of services we have to offer, and that's thanks to Mr. Patena. Furthermore, he has always supported community outreach services and human services, always looking for opportunities to assist those in need. I know personally the council member's goal was to ensure that no one was turned away who had the courage to reach out and ask for help. This is evidence of this has been seen in his unwavering commitment for the Community Resource Center located right here in downtown Peoria. The idea of a one-stop shop for human services has always been the brainchild of Councilmember Patena, and he was there for every milestone of its achievements. I was with him when he signed the first beam that got installed. We were there at the grand opening, and we just met last week with Mr. Darwin to discuss ways that that building can still be utilized in a maximum way for it to impact the community. Further, throughout his decade of service, Mr. Patena has also been committed to honoring Peoria's veterans as the council liaison to veterans. He was a driving force behind the creation of the beautiful Peoria Veterans Memorial at Rio Vista Park that you see here on your screen, and played a key role in the addition of the Senator John McCain Vietnam Veterans Memorial Plaza, located right there in the middle. Honoring Vietnam veterans has always been important to Councilmember Patena, and this was again exemplified when he coordinated a visit from the National Vietnam Traveling Memorial Wall back to Rio Vista. He still continues to advocate for the expansion of this memorial, including recent additions for additional education features and the addition of new panels so that we may honor a number more veterans to come in our years. Prior to his time as an elected official, Councilmember Patena spent 18 years with the city of Peoria, beginning in the year of my birth, 1991.
Oh, that's awesome.
There he served as a neighborhood services manager, overseeing code compliance, dial-a-ride, the neighborhood pride event, and much, much more. Even without the previous 2 slides of information, I think his resume here speaks volume in terms of his passion for the community and meeting the needs of residents at all levels. If you want further evidence of this, let's just go further down the resume, where you could see he served as a director for the United Cerebral Palsy of Arizona, along with Garden Park Enterprises, which is a school and workshop for mentally and physically challenged adults and children. One could even go back to his life in Ohio, which I don't think he wants to, but there he managed a workshop for persons with disabilities and taught children with special needs. His commitment to the community, any community for that matter, has been awe-inspiring and something to be admired. So what lies ahead for the council member? Well, if you ask him, I'm sure it would be a comfortable chair, the TV on, and a snow cone in each hand with extra syrup. But with a resume like that, and Linda at home, we all know it won't be long before he's back out in the community. Like Mr. Schaefer, I know he's looking forward to spending a lot of time with his family, keeping the golf clubs warm, and traveling with his wife, Linda. I do hear, though, that there are rumors circulating that you might be carrying on the torch of public service at a school here nearby. So if you ask me, opening milk cartons doesn't sound like a bad gig after 3 terms. So again, here you'll see one of my favorite quotes from the council member at the top. I'm sure this is how everyone's feeling about my presentation, so I'll wrap it up. Personally, I just want to say, Councilmember, you have been such an amazing human being to work for, and I've never met anyone with such a big heart who has done so much for the community, but stays humbled and grounded throughout all of it. I often tell you that we're cut from the same cloth, and I truly mean that. I truly aspire to fill your shoes one day. You know, I think you make a big impact on everyone around you. You have a very logical yet humanistic approach to solving problems, and that's a trait that I hope to encompass really one day. You've really been an inspiration to not only me, but to many, many others throughout your time here in Peoria and beyond that. And I know I speak for all of us when I say a truly heartfelt thank you. You will certainly be missed here around. And with that, Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to you to finish the presentation.
So I see by a piece of paper with a lot of writing on it that I know that Councilor Patena has a speech prepared.
And he's not going to steal it from me.
Would you mind giving it from the floor, or do you want to give it from here?
Here's good.
You want to give your speech first?
Yeah, sure.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Thank you,
we'll do
Mayor,
this.
for giving me the opportunity to speak. Good evening, everybody. As my time on the city council comes to a close, I'm leaving with mixed emotions. This is an exciting time for Peoria with its growth and its economic development programs. There's new businesses, restaurants, coffee shops, manufacturing, housing, and other great amenities that we have. We are developing jobs not only for the college educated, but for the blue-collar worker as well. And that's important, because anyone who wants to live in Peoria should be able to do so. Mayor, thank you for steering the Peoria ship and keeping it on course. No doubt at some point you will hit rough waters, like you haven't already. And when you do, grab the wheel a little tighter and steer the course until you reach calmer waters. Our city is a player in the valley. People want to work here and live here, and other cities often ask us for advice. We should be proud of that. Thank you to my friends on the dais. We have grown together and learned from each other. I will miss working alongside of you, but know that you will keep the city moving forward. Thank you to the police and fire for keeping us safe and for your willingness to go into harm's way every day. Everyone up here supports our mayor's wish to have a resource officer in every Peoria school. And given this week's tragedy in Wisconsin, it is necessary to keep our children safe. So, Mr. Burke, wherever you are, I know you're in charge of the money. You got to make sure that gets done.
No pressure at all right there.
And finally, thank you to our administration and staff for all your hard work. It does not go unnoticed. So I leave behind great memories and great administration and staff, and I will miss all of you. I promise to hang around a little so I may see or hear from you down the road. Know that I will be watching your successes from behind the scenes and proud of the fact that I played a small role in keeping our city relevant. Thank you again, and happy holidays to everybody. Thank you, Mayor.
I know you love being in the middle of everybody, so I figured we could just do this here. Is that okay? Sure. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. So, first off, this city of Peoria flag flew over the City Hall December 11th in honor of Councilmember Bill Patena, William L. Patena, right? For his dedicated service to city residents and employees, service of January 2013 to December 2024. So, first of all, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Pleasure. You're not getting away that fast. So, I had this put together. So, I want to thank Councilmember Bill Patena for his years of service in the city of Peoria. For those of you who are unaware, although Daniel mentioned some of it, served for 18 years. Can everybody hear okay? Do I need to speak to the speaker? Sorry for this. Does that sound better? Okay. So I want to thank Councilmember Bill Patena for his years of service in the city of Peoria. And for those of you that are unaware, he served 18 years as an employee. Now, whenever I first was elected, the very first person that I met with was for coffee at Denny's. And for about 4.5 hours, I think you were wondering where he was at, if I remember. You're getting ready to put a silver alert out for him, if I remember. We walked outside, she's like, he's literally going to call you. My wife's going to call the police because he has no idea where I'm at right now. Just put a tracking device on him. We'll solve that. and the conversations and the stories that Bill told me were all about the cool factors of what he got to do when he was an employee and his service above anything else to all these different people that he got to help. And I've heard more and more and more from citizens, his family, about, painting, he ran HUD, which a lot of people didn't know that we actually had in the city. And he would do drywall repair, to make sure that citizens were able to have housing. And not only did he dedicate himself, but his family dedicated themselves to it as well. And it was a huge part of their life, but it also changed a lot of lives in the city of Peoria. And I think that shows Bill's heart. So, it's because of that dedication in Peoria and serving our community as an employee, the members of the council and all of the city employees wanted to formally announce tonight that we are renaming the Peoria Community Center as the William L. Patina Community Center. So I couldn't call you because I knew you would tell him. So I had to catch up with your son, and yeah, he didn't tell you. But this is to us, this is really all about trying to hopefully inspire others to show your selflessness and your service to the city, and really anybody that goes there, it's such a meaningful thing for what the community center does. And that was one of our first conversations about how important the community center was to the city of Peoria. So thank you for everything you've done.
Deeply honored.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a whole nother council meeting after this. I would now like to, I would now like to open up the floor to any council member that might like to speak about, say any comments about any other council members at all. 1 minute drill.
I am all about the 1 minute drill, absolutely. I'll start. Mr. Schaefer, it's been a pleasure serving with you. Appreciate all of your insight that you brought here, business, personal, everything that you contributed to the council in your time here, albeit short, but impactful. So I wish you all the best. Hopefully I'll see you out at Lake Pleasant someday. Don't come by me too fast while I'm fishing on your skis. And Mr. Patina, I think everybody that's been in these meetings knows that we have a lot of fun up here together at this dais, and I am going to miss you terribly. Absolutely going to miss you terribly, but I wish you all the best, and just enjoy the time, my friend.
Thank you.
Enjoy, and stay out of trouble.
I will.
Okay, because I know you, I've heard the stories. If you, by the way, if you have not heard the story about Barry, ask him sometime when you get some time, ask him about his story about Barry, the neighborhood kid that cut his grass. It's hilarious. He is one of the best storytellers I've ever met. It's hilarious.
Councilor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. Brad, I just want to wish you the best. Your passion for this community and for the residents that you serve is unwavering. And it's been a pleasure working with you alongside working with the schools and knowing your passion. We share the same passion. So I just appreciate the time you've been on council working with us. And I just wish you and your family the best of luck in whatever endeavor you take on. So thank you. And Mr. Patina, what can I say? You and I started together 12 years ago. I remember that first meeting at the League of Cities and all the rules and regulations that he told us that if you didn't abide by, you could go to jail.
Yes.
And both of us looking at each other going, what did we get ourselves into?
Yeah.
You have been my friend and companion for the longest time. And I've always been able to bounce ideas off of you. We share a lot of the same goals. We share our passion for golf, even though you're much better at it than I am. I want to thank you for the times that I've come over to your house and talked about things that were not even council related. Thank you for listening to me. And Linda, anytime you want, all you have to do is text me and tell me, please come get him for lunch. I'd be happy to take him to lunch, because I know he gets in your hair sometimes. And that's okay. I'd be happy to take him off your hands for a while. So, Bill, I just wish you the best of luck in whatever you plan on doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Dunn.
I just wanted to tell Brad and Bill, I'm going to combine them. I am really grateful to have served with both of you, and you guys have one thing in common. You guys have a huge heart. You care about your communities, and you have always voted your conscience, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councilor Crawford.
Councilmember Schaefer, Councilmember Patena, thank you both for your service, however short or long. Unfortunately, I only got to serve with you for 2 years, but I have learned a great deal from both of you, and thank you for your service. Thank you for serving the community. It has made a big difference. And thank you to the families who have shared them both.
We will now move on to the regular meeting consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are routine in nature and will be enacted in one motion unless a request for removal has been received for prior approval. Having approved no requests, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Second?
We will do this by a voice vote.
Councilmember Finn,
I vote yes.
Councilmember Dunn,
I abstain.
Councilmember Patena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford,
Yes.
Councilmember Schaefer,
No.
and Vice Mayor Edwards,
Yes.
Mayor Beck.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And it is a 5-2. Thank you very much. We will now move to the regular agenda, and to introduce new business, I now recognize City Manager Mr. Henry Darwin to introduce 25R.
So Mayor, I think the way we're going to do this, Christine, let me know if this is the way we are going to do this. So I think we're going to do a single presentation, with introductions, a single presentation, and then Mayor, we're going to need a separate vote on each of the agenda items, just to expedite matters. And so I'm going to do my best to introduce everyone who's at the table here with us today, because this is I for the first time, personally participated in the negotiation of the labor agreements that we're going to present to you today. So I got to meet all of these wonderful individuals, got to learn firsthand the issues facing these labor groups. And I can tell you without hesitation, this is one of the smartest things I've done as a city manager, was to hear firsthand the issues that these labor groups are facing, to get to know these labor representatives, and it was at times difficult, but overall it was a wonderful experience. So at the table today to make the presentation about our tentative agreements with the labor groups are Christine Nickel, Brianne Nelson, we have Seth Bigelow, Josh Capella, we have Josh Manning, and Darren Fox. And so I think with that, am I turning it over to you, to Christine? And there is one individual that's not here that I have to mention, and that's Teresa Brenholt, who was at the table with us the whole time and kept our spirits up a lot. But like I said, it was a great experience. It was wonderful working with all of you. And I can't be more proud of the fact that we have reached an agreement to present to council today. So with that, Christine, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, City Manager Darwin, and good evening, Mayor, Council. Happy holidays, and as always, it's a pleasure to come before you, and especially tonight, because we have good news, which I'm not going to spoil, because I know Bree's super excited about it, to tell you. So I don't have really much to say, except for to say I echo Henry's comments that this was a great process, and I really appreciate all of the teamwork, learning about each other and the needs of each of the labor groups, because they each have their own individual challenges and opportunities. It was an amazing experience, and the fact that we were able to work together so well and get through the process so quickly, I couldn't be prouder to have been a part of it. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I'll pass it over to Bree.
Great, thank you so much. We're so excited to be here, and Henry let the cat out of the bag. We do have a tentative agreement between the city and these three groups, so we're gonna talk about some high-level details. And so we have just 5 quick parts we're gonna go through. We're not gonna have 3 full presentations for you, so we'll make it quick and give you a few anecdotes along the way. So we have just a brief reminder of the meet and confer process, show you our timeline, which I think you'll be very impressed with, and then also talk about what the interests were between the parties, a little bit about how we got there, and then finally our recommendations. So pretty amazing to have all 3 MOU groups in the same timeline and be able to get them done here at the last meeting of this year. We were all hearing the clock ticking in our meetings, and I was reminding us at every session, come on guys, we gotta keep this going. So they're probably tired of hearing me remind what city code tells us we have to do. So here in the city of Peoria, as you all well know, we have 4 labor groups which represent about 60% of our workforce population. And tonight we're here with 3 of them. And so that is approximately 750 employees here in the city that are represented by these fine gentlemen at the table. So we're very excited about that. As you can see, these 3 contracts with the police supervisors, we were able to get a 1-year term, and that will go into effect, if you say yes, on July 1, 2025. With AFSCME, we were able to get a 3-year deal, which would also go into effect on July 1 of 2025. And then with our PFFA group, we were able to get a 2-year deal, and again, go into effect this summer. All right, so city code dictates exactly what we can and cannot negotiate. That's wages, hours, and working conditions. That does not mean that we didn't have a lot of amazing dialogue at the table and learning from each other and kind of hearing the why of how we got here and why it's important to get the interests of our unit members or our labor unit members met, as well as what your interests were. We met with you guys back in August to talk about that, and you shared with us again and reiterated how you wanted us to proceed forward. And so we were able to do that on time and with the available budget that was allowed. So we're very, very proud of that. Quickly, I'll show you the timeline, and I'd love to share all of the anecdotes and how many cups of coffee and how many reams of paper we killed going through that, but I won't bore you with that. Too much to do tonight. But you can see how quickly with these groups we were able to get to the table. With COPS, we started the very next day after council and got started really quickly. So I'm very grateful to you guys to be prepared, ready to go, and keep the process moving along. As city manager, Darwin already mentioned, he was part of our team this year, which was fun. I think we might have bored you a little bit with some of the detail and the level of detail and minutia that we have to go through to get these contracts settled. But like you told us, you learned a lot and you appreciated us sticking to our process. So I think we had a good time and we had fun at the table too. We would like to keep it lighthearted, and I learned a lot this time. Hopefully you guys learned a lot from the city side as well. So you can see all of our teams listed up there. So this took a lot of time away from departments, from operations in order to get this done. We tried to be as succinct as possible. I think we did a pretty good job with that this year. So I'd like to thank all of your hard work and the many phone calls. Some of you were on vacation when we were trying to get deals done, and you put this as a priority, and that means a lot that we were able to get this done. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the time over to our labor groups, and then we'll wrap it up in just a few minutes. So Seth, if you would like to talk to us about the goals of COPS that we worked on.
Perfect. Thank you, Bree. Mayor, council, thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate the opportunity to work with your city staff here on this project to meet and confer. You'll see very similar in nature with all 3 of our groups, some of the same interests and goals, what we're coming up with. We want to remain competitive in our market. Internal recruitment, all of our sergeants are coming from the rank of officers. So anybody that's being promoted to a sergeant is coming from that rank. So we have obviously a vested interest in ensuring that we recruit and promote quality candidates. We want to make sure that we retain people who may have the opportunity to retire and go somewhere else. We want to keep them at Peoria, so we keep our quality invested employees here within the city long term. Went through language, as is important with any kind of contract. We want to make sure that it's up to date, that we're not antiquated in the language that's in there. That was a very labor intensive portion. And then obviously we want to provide quality service to our community. Those were our overarching goals for the project that we came up with. The term, as Bree said, it's going to be a one-year proposal for a contract. Our range adjustment, again, to try and entice good quality candidates from the officer rank to promote, we increased that differential by 1.25%. Shift differential is going to be for those sergeants who are working a nighttime schedule, a swing shift, or a nighttime schedule that is taking away more time from their family, overnight, staying out at late hours. That's going to be a parity and put them on track with the same thing that officers currently have. Our retention payment, as we talked about, sometimes people will have the idea of retiring and moving on to a different agency. We want to keep them here, so that was one of our goals, of a retention for sergeants. And then retirement accounts. We decided to move away from the 457 contributions to a 401A. So if sergeants decided that they did want to put more of their own money towards 457, they could do so. Again, providing some opportunities for them to invest wisely and, again, retain quality candidates within our city without going somewhere else. Uniform allowance, unfortunately, as costs go up with everything, we tried to stay on track to be able to provide people the ability to buy the required and necessary equipment. So, again, Mayor, Council, thank you so much for your time with the staff. We were pleased with the process. It was great. It's great to have the city manager, Mr. Darwin, working with us and be able to speak directly with him about some of the concerns for our association.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor Beck, and it's good to see you, Henry. First off, I just want to say I'm going to thank both negotiating teams because we got this done with expedience, and it was a pleasurable experience. I believe we learned off each other and got to know each other personally, and I'm truly grateful for that. So kind of going over a general overview of our goals for AFSCME is we want to remain competitive in the market. We believe this contract did this by addressing wages and being able to come back to the table and kind of taking the forecast of the economy into consideration and working through this and be able to adjust to that. So we really put a lot of thought in now the present and the future of Peoria and how to maintain the workforce and get the best people coming to Peoria. And we believe that's part of the recruitment process, is it basically coincides with remaining competitive in the market. And so this general overview is uniform. And we believe with the recruitment that the retention based on the wages are going to help our city remain the employer of choice, because I believe this is what this contract has done. Comprehensive labor agreement review. We talked about cleaning up a lot of the language, a lot of the gray area, to get rid of a lot of the misconceptions and misinterpretations, just dealing with the organization and trying to resolve situations with management, which we feel we really were able to get in there and clean this thing up immensely, this MOU, which I believe we did a great job, and working together to remain the employer of choice. We discussed that we look forward for future negotiations and creating a great relationship, because we believe that negotiation process helps us to remain the employer of choice in the city of Peoria. So our MOU negotiated items, our term is July 1st of 2025 to June 30th, 2028. We addressed the market condition adjustment. Year one was a 2.5% COLA. In the year 2 and 3 is to discuss compensation, and that's what I was talking about, is we're going to take everything into consideration, look at all factors, and we believe that we're going to do a phenomenal job basically going back into them discussions. And we talked about a meritorious lump sum pay for performance, which this was more of an item of a universal bonus, and employees really wanted to be recognized for their talents, their longevity, their careers, what they bring to Peoria. So we believe that implementing a pay for performance structure is really going to increase the labor relations and recognize the employees for what they've done. We actually discussed longevity increased by tiers by $250 and a retirement saving payment. So year one, it's a $500 lump sum payment into opening your 457 account. We believe that was important to give people a jump start, to show them how important retirement is, because we all know about the economic forecast, what people are going through, the numbers of people that are saving and how they're going to retire. So we at least wanted to jump start the workers and show them how important their retirement is. This is a big one. To me, this is really important. Rest periods, additional break periods for field workers on extreme heat days. We just know it's getting hotter and hotter, And we wanted to give the employees the availability to recognize when it exceeds, 113, 114 degrees, to give them the availability to rest. And it shows our workers we care about them. We feel like we're jumping ahead of state and federal legislation to actually be the first to recognize that in this city and give these people a rest when they need it due to these extreme elements outside when they're working, the field workers. And the holiday, Juneteenth, a part of compensated holidays. So we added an extra holiday. We embodied that in the MOU, basically tailoring that off of the federal legislation that's a recognized holiday. We believe that's really important. And seniority, we increased acknowledgement of citywide seniority. So we were able to strengthen that, increase the seniority wording, and just recognize those that have dedicated their lives to Peoria. Peoria is their home. And so we got these things done. We believe that this highlights our MOU. We're very happy with it in ASME. We believe this contract makes us the employer of choice, and we're excited to see what the future holds for us as ASME, as a union. And I just appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure working with you. So just pass it along here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First, I want to thank City Manager Darwin, Brianne, Christine, and Teresa for their work during this process. As you guys saw, we were the last labor group to start, but through hard work on both ends, we were able to come to an agreement and present to you tonight, so thank you all. Our goals coming into this negotiation, we believe are in line with the ultimate goals of the city and negotiation team. We wanted to establish a wage and benefits package that made us competitive in our market and invested in the overall health and well-being of our members. As we all know, the city of Peoria is growing rapidly. With such growth, the ability to recruit and retain quality employees is increasingly important, and the compensation we decided on in these negotiations is a crucial part of that. As we continue to grow as a department, we want to continue to provide a work environment and pay structure that allows us to hire and retain the best people so that the city's future communities are given the same standard of superior service that we currently provide now. Although there is always work to be done, I believe that this is a contract that is mutually beneficial for both our membership as well as the city. As far as the negotiation items, I want to hit some significant takeaways. Coming into these negotiations, it was apparent that our fire department had fallen behind market in paramedic and specialty pays with our TRT, hazmat, and rescue swimmer, as well as wages for our firefighters, engineers, and captains, with the engineers being the furthest behind. This new contract reflects the agreed-upon wage increases for those ranks and assignments of paramedic and special operations, along with some lump sum money. And the city agreed to take a big step towards the well-being of our fire department with the continuing of the presumptive cancer screening during employment. During the last 3 months of this negotiation, we have caught 3 occupational cancers, so this is a very important program to us. Again, I want to thank City Manager Darwin, the rest of the team. I know this was your first negotiation. It was great for our firefighters to get to know you better over the last couple months. We look forward to continuing to build our relationships as we reconvene in December. I want to thank Chief Bernard and his team for the continued support, and I want to thank the mayor and the council for the opportunity to present ahead of the vote. I'd like to pass it over to our newly elected president, Darren Fox.
Nice to meet you all today.
Almost didn't know you were a firefighter.
Yeah, we don't hide well. I know we came into these negotiations later than some of the other groups, and there was some apprehension of whether or not we would be able to come to an agreement on time, especially with many of us being new, myself included. But I'm very appreciative of the amount of work that went in on the negotiation side from the city. Henry sacrificing the amount of time that he put in to make sure that he understood what our needs were, and make sure that we felt that we were being heard, which we did. And so it was a good experience, and I, as the new union president, want to let you all know that I'm committed to keeping these relationships strong, and I look forward to the future.
Awesome. Thank you.
So that will wrap it up tonight, other than we have some thank yous. So there is a list of some very key people that helped us get to this point tonight. This by no means says everyone who helped us. There were so many phone calls, last minute check-ins, and I just really want everyone to know it takes a village to make this happen, or in this case, the city, to make this happen. So thank you for your support, Mayor and Council, and City Manager Darwin was with us every step of the way. I think he was tired of our text messages, hey, can you meet for just 5 more minutes? So, but he was great as well. So thank you, definitely a group effort. I had such a great time with these guys and my team too, and we tried to make it as fun and as enjoyable and kind of a dry topic, but we got it done. So because we got it done, this group now is giving you guys the recommendation. We would like to heavily recommend a yes vote on 25, 26, and 27R, the successor MOUs for the city of Peoria for these amazing groups. So thank you very much, and until next year, we'll be right back here with you. So take care.
We will do these votes separately. Council, do we have any further discussion? Councilor Schaefer?
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quick. Seth, Josh, Darren, congratulations. Earlier I was talking about it's the people that make Peoria great. You represent the people. So thank you so much for keeping us safe, whether it's fire, medical, or police sergeants, and AFSCME, all the amazing roles that your team does keeping the city running. And so I'm glad to hear that we've come to agreement, and because you take care of us, the citizens, so it's important that we take care of you. Darren, congratulations on the new role, and I was really pleased to hear about the increase on the paramedics and then also the specialty pay, because with TRT and the rescue swimmers, I've witnessed that firsthand, the challenges and the training and the technical skills that those men and women have up north. So thank you so much. Thanks, Mayor.
All right. So we will do individual. So 25R, Council, I have a motion on 25R.
So moved, Mayor.
First and a second. Please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. Council, do I have a motion on 26R?
Second.
First, and I have a second. Please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. Council, do I have a motion on 27R?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I'll now recognize City Manager Henry Darwin to introduce 28R.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Agenda item 28R is an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Glendale for our West Valley Regional Veterans Court. This evening, we have Honorable John Tatz, our Peoria Municipal Court Judge, who's going to present an intergovernmental agreement for council discussion and approval, which would allow us to participate in that West Valley Regional Veterans Court. Judge Tatz has experience with a similar court program in the East Valley, and will discuss the history and benefits of the program for Peoria. Thank you, Judge Tatz.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. With me is Sandra Garcia. She is the court administrator. We are here tonight asking that you consider approving an IGA with the City of Glendale that would allow us to refer veterans who are in our court to the West Valley Regional Veterans Court hosted by the Glendale City Court. Under the IGA, we would be charged a flat fee per case just to kind of get the business stuff out of the way. It's based on the actual expenses that Glendale has. In the past, it's been about $300 per case. Fortunately, they do have a grant that we may be able to tap into to reimburse us for some of our public defender services that may end up making this kind of a break even. But certainly we think it's well worth it for some of the services that I'll talk about here in a second. Should I got that right? All right. So as we all discussed when I was appointed, and as Mr. Darwin mentioned, I've had some experience and the honor of getting to serve in a couple different veterans courts, and I had the honor of also sitting through a docket of the West Valley Regional Veterans Court, and they have a really good operation there. They're really doing a service to the veterans. They're not giving them a handout, but they're giving them a hand up, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. The court's a collaborative effort. It involves the judge, who over there is actually a veteran, a Navy veteran, the prosecutor and the public defender, who we will provide from the city of Peoria. It will be our people serving over there for our representatives. They have representatives from the VA there, and they also have representatives from other nonprofits. So if someone isn't eligible for VA benefits, they still can receive the services that they may need to help them, again, with a hand up. The goal of Veterans Court, like any specialty court, is very simple. You want to reduce recidivism. And the way to do that with veterans, often there's going to be unique underlying issues that veterans face that have likely contributed to why they're involved in the justice system in the first place. So rather than just the traditional fines and jail and probation, you really want to get to the underlying issues and see if you can improve them. If you do that, you have a much better chance, and the statistics have shown nationally that people that participate in this program have a much lower rate of recidivism. Some of the services that they'll help come up with obviously include things like trying to find them housing, employment assistance, maybe benefits through the VA that they didn't know they were entitled to, and then counseling that may address whatever needs they may have. And a lot of those can often be offered right through the VA. Again, the Veterans Court's really much better equipped than the traditional court process to address these unique needs. Now, how it works in the end is the prosecutors told them ahead of time, this is what will happen. If you successfully complete the program, you'll receive this reduced sentence, or in a lot of cases, you'll end up with dismissed charges. But it will be our prosecutors making that decision as to what they may earn. But really, that's just a small piece of it. You know, that better outcome in the case is certainly important. Much more important is it's a better outcome in life. They're putting themselves in a position where they come out of the court, which is really rare for us to be able to say for court, but they come out of the court in a better situation to go on with their life than they were when they came into the court. And I've had the great pleasure of being able to see success stories in veterans courts in both Phoenix and Mesa, and I really look forward to serving our Peoria veterans in the same way and getting them through the veterans court and hopefully with a much better outcome. I'm really happy that I got to bring this today on the last days for Councilman Patena and Councilman Schaefer with your support of veterans causes. I'm really glad we got this done before you all left, but I also know everyone on the council supports these issues. We really believe this is consistent with council priorities, and therefore we are asking that you strongly consider approving our IGA with the City of Glendale for the West Valley Regional Veterans Court. And with that, Sandra and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Judge Tatz, thank you so much. Thank you for, this is a great resource, and I know that the VA offers a lot of resources through this to help our veterans, because, you know, our men and women that have served this country, you know, deserve this opportunity. I remember when you first came to Peoria, we're lucky to have you, sir. I asked you one question, and I said, would you support a veterans court? And you said yes, and so thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Council, do I have a motion to approve 28R? Do I have a second?
Second.
Please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
I'll now recognize City Manager Mr. Henry Darwin to introduce 29R.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, agenda item 29R, we will have Jeff Curran, our Development Engineering Director, is going to make a presentation seeking your approval for a budget amendment in order to prepare the design and construction documents as an initial step toward safety enhancements at the intersection of Estancia Boulevard and Lone Mountain Road. As you may recall, we had at least one resident of several residents at the last council meeting bringing to our attention some safety concerns at this intersection, and we had in fact been aware of those safety concerns, but in reaction and response to these growing concerns, we're taking quick action to try to reduce and eliminate those concerns. And I think, Jeff, you're going to talk about some of the things that we've done already, continue to do, and then maybe some more midterm and long-term recommendations we're making to council. So with that, I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. Mayor, members of the council. I'm here tonight to talk about this budget amendment for the intersection of Lone Mountain and Estancia. This intersection has been a challenging one for a while. This is a multi-lane stop-controlled intersection. It was originally designed to accommodate, eventually a signal, but currently it is a large stop-controlled intersection. It's a fairly busy area. Historically, there hasn't been a lot of accidents at this intersection, at least recorded accidents. For whatever reasons, in 2024, there's been a 375% increase in accidents, including over the 5-year running average, including a pedestrian fatality and a near fatality here recently. In fact, at the end of October, we had 3 vehicle accidents in 3 days. And I don't have a good explanation as to why some of these accidents are occurring. I think PD is still investigating some. Some of it certainly can be related to the driver confusion. Typically, a 4-way stop-controlled intersection is by far the safest intersection you can have. Everybody's forced to stop, look what's going on, proceed through the intersection. It's typically quite safe for pedestrians. When you get to a multi-lane stop-controlled intersection, it certainly gets a little more confusing. For some of you who've driven through this intersection, it's a big intersection. Pedestrians are exposed in crosswalks for quite some time. Drivers get a bit confused. We have drivers that fail to stop or slow roll this, and so we've had some collisions. Again, we don't have a definitive answer as to why some of these accidents have occurred. There's some environmental issues. There could be driver inattention, pedestrians not paying attention. Fact remains, we've seen a sharp increase. This is definitely a concern for us. This intersection has been on our radar, if you will, for quite some time, but with this substantial increase in accidents, including, unfortunately, a fatality, we decided we need to take a harder look at what to do. We also needed to look at some interim measures to try and at least improve the safety while we work on a more permanent solution. As I mentioned, this was originally designed to accommodate a traffic signal in the future. Traffic signals are typically put in when they meet what's called signal warrants. There's 8 warrants that are typically used for evaluating whether or not to put a signal in. You don't have to meet all 8, but you have to meet some as guidance to put that signal in. This this intersection isn't even close to meeting signal warrants as it relates to traffic. And in fact, our current traffic models, even with all the growth that's happening, don't show it reaching warrants until 2040 or potentially even later. I want to talk a little bit about signal warrants because you'll hear from some citizens, and I think a lot of people just naturally assume, look, if you're having problems at an intersection, put a signal in. That will solve our problems. The federal guidance provides well-established warrant analysis that a traffic engineer will evaluate. It's similar to a warrant for, say, an arrest. We have to evaluate whether or not this intersection meets one or more of these warrants, and then still make a logical decision whether or not to install a signal. One of those warrants is 8-hour vehicular volume. There's a 4-hour vehicular volume. I'm not going to get into the details on these. I'll bore you with traffic engineering that nobody wants to hear about. There's peak hour volumes. There's pedestrian volumes. Whether or not it's at a school crossing, whether or not it's a coordinated signal system. So if you drive throughout the city of Peoria, we actually do a really good job of coordinating our signals so you can get a lot of greens if you're going down certain roads. Crash experience, I'm going to talk a little bit about this in particular. And then roadway network, and this is it part of an integrated network. Crash experience, the signal warrant analysis, or the signal warrant, number 7 for crash experience, typically if there's been 5 or more in a 12-month period, you start to look at this warrant. Well, it's not as simple as saying we had 5 accidents, warrants met, let's go put a signal in. Part of that is, has there been any other alternatives implemented that, if enforced and followed, would reduce the crash volume or the crash frequency? A number of these accidents were simply that. They were accidents, but they were due in part to driver error. Someone running a stop sign, the propensity to potentially run a signal is probably still there. So are there measures that we could have done or tried? We've tried a lot, and I'll talk about those in a minute. 5 or more reported crashes of types susceptible to correction by a traffic control signal. So it's not just saying we had 5 accidents. We have to take an objective look and say, would those have been potentially avoided by installing a traffic signal? And then the third one, it actually has to be looked into in context and in conjunction with other volumetric requirements. So as I mentioned, this intersection, while large, is not even close to meeting the volumetric triggers. So basically, this intersection does not meet signal warrants, and we don't think it's going to meet warrants for 15 plus years to install a traffic signal. That doesn't mean you couldn't direct me to say, put a signal in. It just means that it's not meeting warrants. I do want to talk a little bit about, because you certainly have the ability to say, we get what you're saying, put a signal in anyways because we're concerned. There's some real challenges if we start to put in an unwarranted signal. One, it's most likely going to increase delays. It's just the nature of a signal, and we've got it's a busy intersection, but it's not huge volumes. And so people don't experience real significant delays here, and they can move pretty quickly through this intersection. Putting a signal in, no matter how well we time it, is going to increase delays. Congestion, again, by creating those delays, we're also increasing congestion in that intersection, no matter how well we try and operate this signal. Aggressive driving. I think Chief Intrieri and some of the officers would provide plenty of anecdotal evidence where we have installed signals, even and when warranted, but they're still relatively low volume intersections. We have an increase in aggressive driving, meaning, and hopefully none of you have done it, but you're coming down the road, it's not very busy, that light's green, it turns yellow, you're supposed to slow down. Many people don't. Many people decide, hey, I can beat this. They hit the gas, they accelerate through an intersection. Unfortunately, when those collisions happen, they're much more violent. So instead of being a stop controlled, or what we're going to talk about in a roundabout, where it's a lower speed collision, now you've got people that are aggressively moving through an intersection, and we see this time and again. It also, I think, creates we talked about the increased risk and severity of collisions just because of some of the speeds involved. I think it creates, and we know it creates, I don't think it does, a false sense of pedestrian safety and driver safety, if you will. By that I mean, if you're sitting in an intersection, you're assuming that the pedestrian is observing the walk signal. They get a green walk signal, so you're assuming that you're not going to be looking for a pedestrian in a crosswalk. If your assumption is, hey, I got a green turn arrow, I'm making the turn, you're not expecting a pedestrian in that crosswalk. Nonetheless, pedestrians enter those crosswalks. They may be on their phone, they're not paying attention. We had a near fatality just a couple weeks ago where a person was looking at their phone, walked in an intersection, and got hit at a high rate of speed. It's unfortunate, it happens. We also see an increase in people waiting to make a right turn. Same thing, if you're sitting in a signal, you're looking to the left, waiting for that gap in traffic, there may be a green signal for a pedestrian to cross. You're looking for the gap. As soon as you see that gap, you hit the gas and there's a pedestrian right in front of you. There's also an increased risk for bicyclists. A driver, again, making a right turn, they've got a green signal. That bicyclist in a bike lane also has a green signal, so both of them should be paying attention. Oftentimes those collisions happen when a driver turns right in front of a bicyclist in that lane. So the point is, putting a signal in doesn't solve the problem necessarily, especially at an intersection that has lower volumes. We increase frustration amongst drivers, we increase the speeds in the intersection, and potentially we increase the violence and rate of fatality even in those collisions. Over the last 3 years, knowing this has been a challenging location, we've installed pavement and median mounted stop signs. So you can see in this picture, the median mounted stop sign in the middle, there's a stop sign on either edge. So you've got 3 stop signs at each leg of this intersection. We've got crosswalks and stop bars on all the approaches. We've got stop ahead warning signs that were installed. We have stop ahead pavement legends that were painted ahead of the stop sign, and we have stop pavement legends in each lane in advance of the stop bar. We've basically put in about as much signage and striping as you can put at a stop-controlled intersection to try and warn drivers. Unfortunately, we've had 5 accidents and a fatality. So again, I'm not sure what all caused it, but clearly what we've done is probably not quite enough at this intersection. We've also just after the last incident with the pedestrian, we installed and upgraded what we call a ladder style high visibility crosswalks. So if you've been out there since, these are much brighter, much bolder crosswalks. Anecdotally, I can tell you they have helped. We have seen people stopping a little more frequently. I've been out there a number of times just to observe. PD's been out there and said it looks like it's helping. We've refreshed all the stop and stop ahead. We're considering installing basically bright traffic barrels at the base of these stop signs, again, just to, draw people's attention to it. It's a stop sign, stop. We're looking at increasing the size of the stop signs from a traditional 36-inch to a 48-inch, so an oversized stop sign. We're also even considering what we call crosswalk buckets. It's literally a bucket full of pedestrian flags for someone to pick up, and it seems silly, but again, it's all about creating some awareness amongst the driving community and the pedestrians. It's to pay attention and to look for that pedestrian. All of these are things we can do and should do in the interim, but this needs a permanent solution, at least an interim permanent solution and ultimately a permanent solution. What we are proposing, because there are no signal warrants met, and they're not really that close, we're proposing a roundabout. Now, I know there's certainly some divided opinions about roundabouts, including my boss, who flinches at the notion of a roundabout. But this is really a good case study in where a roundabout is appropriate. First and foremost, roundabouts universally reduce intersection speeds. It's probably the best traffic calming device. You can't drive through a roundabout properly designed at high speed. If you do, you're going through the middle of it or you're going to crash. So they are tremendously effective at reducing speeds. They significantly reduce the severity of vehicle crashes. Twofold. One, you're driving through there slower, and then if you just think about the mechanics of a roundabout, you have oblique collisions. You don't have those violent T-bone or head-on collisions just by the nature of how these work. So when you do have accidents, they typically are, side to side, the impact's less injuries. One of the important things for this intersection, because of the size of the existing intersection, the pedestrian crossing distance is probably cut in half. Partially because we moved the pedestrian crossing away from the intersection a bit, and plus we've narrowed this road from multiple lanes to down to 4. They have a refuge in the middle, so as they cross one side, there's a refuge, and they continue to cross. So that pedestrian's exposed a lot less time. Some will argue this, but I can assure you that it does improve traffic efficiency and it does reduce driver confusion. Not always when they're first installed, and certainly not if drivers are not used to them. It takes a bit of time to get used to how to move through a roundabout, certainly a multi-lane roundabout. But in the long run, they certainly improve traffic efficiency and they certainly reduce confusion. Especially an intersection like this where it doesn't have huge volumes, people are able to move through this thing pretty smoothly and you're not having this confusion you have now. This should be a long-term, relatively long-term solution. If and when Vistancia and or Lone Mountain get to volumes that would require effectively 3 through lanes, the roundabout no longer works. We're not going to do a 3-lane roundabout. They're not effective. So if and when we get to that point, we would likely come back in and look at putting in a signal. Like I mentioned earlier, that's probably 2040 or beyond. So we have a significant amount of time in the interim that this intersection is a problem. A couple statistics, or one statistic I wanted to talk about, and this is an important one. On average, roundabouts reduce severe crashes, those resulting in injury or loss of life, by 78 to 82%. This is Highway Safety Manual. This is standard traffic engineering 101. They separate the flows, so when you enter and exit, you're basically entering the roundabout and then you're exiting. It's not a continuous movement necessarily. Pedestrians only cross one direction of traffic. So basically they're going to cross the first leg. It's only people coming from their left. They go across the next part. It's only people coming from the right. So the pedestrians there's more awareness of pedestrians. The crosswalks are moved away from the intersection a bit. So hopefully the drivers are moving slower and are paying more attention to where the pedestrian might be. And then, as I mentioned, the crossing distances are substantially less. In this case, probably half of what they are now. Next steps. If this budget amendment is approved, we will select a design consultant next month. We'll probably be at 35% drawings. We're going to push them. We'll probably be there by February. We're going to have a stakeholder meeting, both with residents and PD and others to make sure we get the design correct. 90% drawings by May, probably final permit in June. We'll be ready to construct in July, and we will be coming back to this, to the council for request for advancing 2026 CIP funds to actually build the roundabout. It's probably $1.5 million construction, possibly up to $2 million. We don't have to acquire right away, so it can all fit within this very large intersection. Given that, is there any questions before I make my request for some money?
Councilor Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Jeff, and I see Chief Interary back there, I want to thank both of you and your staff and your team for the immediately recognizing and putting short-term solutions and looking at long-term solutions. A lot of residents have voiced their appreciation. So I know a handful of residents have concerns about the roundabout, Jeff, and so my understanding is there is a stoplight is not warranted at that intersection till maybe 2040 because of those 8 items that you listed. Is that correct, Jeff?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you mind going back a slide or two where you have the overlay of the new design? One more.
Yep.
Forward one.
There we go.
Perfect. I will tell you this, where the Peoria, Arizona seal is on the screen, that's close to where Lake Pleasant Elementary is. And I had an opportunity of talking with their administrative team, and they said that they have concerns at this intersection, and they do support long-term solutions quickly.
Sure.
So I just wanted to state that Lake Pleasant Elementary does support that because they have a lot of kids crossing there going to school. And I look at this in regards to a roundabout. If you look at the existing crosswalk to get all the way across that intersection, I've walked it. You don't make it in time by the time the other traffic stops and actually goes through. So what I like on the roundabout in regards to pedestrian safety and kids and trilogies nearby and everything is you had, Jeff, I think you called it a safety refuge or an island there in the middle?
Yes.
So really what we're looking at from a safety perspective is instead of pedestrians going across 4 to 6 lanes of traffic, it looks like 2, then they're protected in that refuge and then 2 more. Is that correct, Jeff?
That's correct. Yeah. And I think one of the, and I didn't mention this in my presentation, one of the items we will also consider as we look at this design is considering the installation of pedestrian flashers. We are not able to do that at a stop-controlled intersection. There's MUTCD guidance that prohibits that. We are able to do it here. So depending on the pedestrian volumes, we may be able to also install PED flash. So it's a pedestrian-actuated flasher. It starts flashing. They can cross the crosswalk, particularly when we consider where kids may be crossing. So we'll be looking at all those factors. That is, you hit on the fundamental challenge with this existing intersection. As a pedestrian, you're exposed for a long time in that intersection. And unfortunately, drivers, as they can be, get impatient and tend to, jump on the gas. They want to get to work. They want to get home. And they don't see that pedestrian. They may not see that other car turning, and you end up with accidents, unfortunately. And again, I can't tell you why we had a 375% increase, but we have, and there's no reason to not expect that probably to continue. So.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeff.
Yep.
I'm going to call on 2 citizens, so I have 2 speaker requests. So Lauren Tegler.
Good evening, Mayor Beck, City Council Member Schaefer, and other council members. My name is Lauren Tegler, and I'm an 8th grader at Lake Pleasant Elementary School, the school closest to the intersection. Here with me today are the Creative Innovators Project, a club dedicated to help solve problems in the community. This year, our goal is to educate kids on safety while riding electric scooters and address the problems at the Estancia-Lone Mountain intersection. Every day on my way to school, I pass through this intersection. And every day, I wonder if me and my family will be the next accident, the next story in the news, the next tragedy in the community. And I am not alone. Only months ago, a school bus filled with children from kindergarten to 8th grade witnessed a person being hit by a car with such force they were sent flying across the street. It is sad that children as young as 5 or 6 years old have these experiences. On my way to school that morning, I saw a person lying on the street with people swarming around them. I had never seen anything so horrible, and kids like me should not have to. We highly encourage you to approve funding to do something, anything, to improve this intersection. Together, we can make a difference, and together, we can change lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I almost want to clap for her presentation. Really good job. Cecilia Taylor?
All right, good evening.
That seemed like she practiced a lot.
Yeah, she did.
How many times? Twice?
Much more than I did.
Good job.
All right, good evening, Mayor Beck, Councilmember Schaefer, and other members of the council. My name is Cicely Tegler, and I just want to begin by thanking everybody for acknowledging the urgent need for improvements at the intersection of North Estancia Boulevard and West Lone Mountain Parkway. Your recognition of the dangers we face daily, dangers that resulted in accidents, near misses, and even pedestrian tragedies, mean a great deal to our community. Tonight, I'm here with one simple request: approve the funding to move forward with the roundabout at this intersection. We know that roundabouts are proven to be safer, more efficient solutions for high-traffic intersections like ours. For a 16-lane intersection where chaos often reigns and traffic laws are too often disregarded, a roundabout will create order, improve traffic flow, and most importantly, save lives. Approving this funding now is not just an investment in safety, it's an investment in the future of our growing community. Our neighborhood has spoken loudly and clearly. Over 860 residents have signed the petition for this intersection. We are united, and we are here to ask you to take this final step. You've already agreed that the intersection needs improvement. Now is the time to act. By approving this funding, you will honor your commitment to public safety and demonstrate that the City of Peoria puts its residents first. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and choosing safety and progress for our community. And Councilmember Schaefer, it's been a pleasure to work with you, and I appreciate how responsive and thoughtful you've been, and we just wish you well. Thank you.
Council, any other questions? I'll make one comment. The morning after the last council meeting, when we had this meeting, I was in Mr. Darwin's office, and I'm just going to share that conversation. And we had Chief and some other managers in there, and we talked about doing a study session, like we were going to study this. And I said, well, everybody's in the room right now. Let's just figure out, like, let's go back to third grade and raise our hands and see, do we all agree the traffic circle is the right move? And they're like, yes, but we have to circle it. And I'm like, well, I could go get a dump truck and actually dump dirt in the center of the, I mean, that's literally where we were at. And I'm like, I can get spray paint at Home Depot, we can do this. A few people were like, please don't do this, we'll have this on the next meeting. I'm like, all right, you guys have 30 days, we'll get it done. And you guys, amazing, this has gone very, very quickly. So hopefully everybody understands it is recognized, everybody agreed this is the right path, almost. It is the fastest way we can get this done. So with that, council, do I have a motion to pass 29R?
So moved, Mayor.
Do I have a second? Please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now recognize City Manager, Mr. Henry Darwin, to introduce 30R. How many slides is this going to be? No, legitimately. No. Is it seriously? No. Because if so, we're going to take a recess. I'm just saying, because we could take a 5-minute recess is my point.
If you want to take 5, we can take 5.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, take 5.
Okay. I'm like, I just realized, like, this could take a minute. So you misspoke, and it's only 10 slides, is that what you're saying? 11. 10. 10-ish.
Cover sliding, we're at 11, including the cover slide.
Okay, that's not bad. Might be a record for you, actually. All right.
You have to introduce that.
Oh, we did, actually.
Did we already?
Mr. Henry Darwin to introduce 30R.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and council, we have agenda item 30R. Deputy City Manager Mike Faust is going to make a presentation for discussion of possible approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Peoria and the Arizona State Land Department for the purpose of facilitating the zoning and disposition or activation of state trust lands located in North Peoria, otherwise and affectionately known as the Peoria Innovation Corps, or the PIC. Take it away, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. Mayor, City Council, I wanted to invite that young lady who spoke earlier to deliver this presentation, because that would have been marvelous. She did an excellent job. I normally don't overthink what I present, but this one's a bit of a struggle, because it's a short presentation for me. As you've jokingly said, it's about 10 slides. The IGA is a relatively short document, but that in no way describes the amount of energy, effort, and commitment that's gone into bringing this agreement in front of council. So if you would indulge me for a minute or two to touch on that, because I've been with the city, I can give you the exact date, but we'll just call it a little more than 19 months. And as I've studied the work you've seen for the last decade, it has been the desire of previous councils and previous city management teams to bring forth state lands to market, specifically because of its direct benefit on economic development. And I've seen this back to at least a decade in those efforts. And then as I sit here today in the preparation, I'm so thankful for the team. We've heard a lot about the city staff and how great they are. I'm blessed. I have the greatest job that anyone could have and get to do a lot of cool stuff and work with some amazing people to bring this deal before you. And to me, that's a great honor, because there's a lot of folks who spend a lot of time working these relationships, and this will be their legacy. And I think that's a huge thing. So I want to thank the staff today. I want to thank our outside counsel, Jay Kramer with Fenimore Craig, who's helped navigate us through this. It's a complicated process, and it's been fantastic. I want to acknowledge also that the future staff and future city councils that will be impacted by this deal. I mean, this is bigger than the people who are here before us. It's bigger than those who are here now, because this is going to go on for the better part of 2 decades. And I think we need to really embrace that. I definitely want to thank Manager Darwin, because he's given us the flexibility to go do our jobs, to simply say, here's the vision, go do, and we went about that path. Before I get into the slides, I also want to acknowledge the mayor. You've got that mantra on the side of the vehicles of your personal businesses, says innovate or die. And when I first met you, I had no clue what you meant by that. But that is the mantra by which you live. I was telling the story earlier that the deal we're bringing for you today is not the same deal that you had contemplated, but it's the same end goal. And you, along with us, have innovated to get from where the original concept started to where it is today, which is a meaningful commercial agreement, an IGA between us and the state, to bring forth lands for the purposes of economic development. And where the past had thought about bringing lands to market, it was your creativity and the set of ingenuity and innovation that we fostered that brought forth this infrastructure component that honestly 24 months ago people chuckled when you brought it up, because it is so outside the box that people couldn't contemplate the fact that it could be done. But it can. it can be done, and it's being done, and we're gonna touch on that now. So I just wanna acknowledge, I don't wanna get out of this moment without thanking you for challenging us to think a little differently, for Mr. Darwin giving us the freedom to just be different and go do things that other people say is impossible, because it's in that creativity that we find solutions. This is a cool day. This is a really cool place and a really cool thing to be doing. So let's fold into this. Why are we even doing this? It's about economic development. At the end of the day, we have to grow the economy, and we have to do it well. We know that 80+% of our residents outcommute. So I live and work in Peoria. I now drive 18 minutes to work. I used to drive 63 minutes to work, right? My life is infinitely better because I work and live in the same environment, and we want to offer that opportunity to other citizens within our city. If you listened to the study session earlier, Peter Christensen told us, yes, we have a moderate growth in our income sales tax, but when somebody come and said, hey, you're gonna grow by 2%, we're not a 2% growth city. That's not good enough. So at the end of the day, we have to bring forth projects that offer jobs and bring meaningful growth, not 2%. We need big growth to do the big things we want to do in this city. So we're improving, but it's simply not enough. So we know, and you've heard us talk a lot throughout the calendar year 2024 about economic development and about the importance of lands. So Peoria does not have a true economic engine or a job center. We just don't. I mean, when that many people outcommute, our job center's in Scottsdale, right? You see it every morning on the 101 when people drive east, and you see it in the evening when they come west, right? That's not good enough. So with those many people moving out, we have to ask ourselves why. And as we've described to you in the past, the primary reason is there's no private vacant land ready to absorb that. The projects we have, and when we look across the city, with the exception of a couple parcels still available in 5 North at Vistancia, most of the large sites are gone. In southern part of the city, there are 2 14-acre sites. We own one. Graystar has the second one. There's no other meaningful sites of size. They're gone. So as we move north in the city, we have to bring lands to the market. And you heard that when we brought forth the general plan amendment. You heard that in the rezone of the North Peoria Gateway, and we're going to continue to talk about that now. The table on the right really breaks apart the lands that are available. A large part of our city is made up of BLM lands, and a large part of it is state lands. The state lands, which represents the lands that can be developed for commercial applications, represents 75% of the available lands that we can use to bring forth economic development. And it is so important that we do so. And we've highlighted 2 things over and over again, that the state land team, they lack the resources to lead this, and state statute precludes them from investing in infrastructure. So by default, this partnership exists to execute those 2 things. We can augment their resource pool, we'll talk about that, and we can invest in public infrastructure through a wise agreement that brings forth lands into the market. So that's why we're here today. So why now? What's going on? So this map, we love this map. Regional context really describes why now, what is happening in the ecosystem, and why didn't this work a decade ago? And it's really about timing, right? Bringing TSMC on. You see the 2 projects on the right side of this map. You have TSMC and the significant investment being made there. You have the surrounding 2,500 acres, but you got 8,500 acres just south of that that's going to be developed. While on the far west side, you've got 30,000 residential entitlements ready to go, houses being constructed. But I remember when Chris and I sat down on August 30th, 2023 and had this conversation with state land, they looked at the map and said, you need jobs. And when you look at the map, it screams in the center of the ecosystem to say, you have 30,000 homes on one side, you're gonna have another 20,000, 30,000 on the other. We need employment to keep people in the North Valley. And that from that conversation was born and bred the IGA that we're going to talk about tonight. So in the bones of the agreement that we provided to you in the packet, it really touches on a couple things. So let me just zero in on the project. So when Henry said the Peoria Innovation Core, or the PIC, it is the image depicted here outlined in kind of that red and white hash. It starts on its southern boundary at West Wing Parkway, Lone Mountain Parkway alignment, with Lake Pleasant Parkway running up its spine. It runs north just past State Route 74. It extends to our eastern boundary. of Dead Man's Wash on the east. It extends to the Agua Fria, and it's comprised of 6,700 acres of state land. There's a lot of stuff going on in here. You've got the CAP, you've got the Waddell Canal, you've got hillsides and slopes and lots of burrows and all kinds of other things going on out there. But this is the next evolution and growth of our city. When we say North Peoria and the growth, this is where it's going to go. So inside of the agreement, there are two major components of it. The first of which is the land planning exercise. So when the general plan amendment came through and passed, I want to say in September, this area was converted from a bunch of small polygons that broke out what the land use was into one state land planning area. And all of that was preparations for this zoning case. So in the IGA, state land is delegating to the city, which will be led by Mr. Jaquez and his team and some external consultants, to plan this area thoughtfully, to plan in a way that's consistent and coherent with our community, to plan in a way that is consistent with state land zoning bank philosophy, the flexible zoning that was recently approved in the North Peoria Gateway, but it's done so in a very balanced way. The map you see here has a minor amount. This is the old general plan map. It has a minor amount of jobs. It has a minor amount of retail and commercial. But the citizens that live up in this part of the area are looking for, they're looking for some residential, but they're looking for amenities. They're looking for retail and commercial where they can spend their money. They're looking for jobs where they can work and play in the same community. And the team is now going to dial into the difficult work over the next 6 months. This will probably go from January to June, of building a balanced approach where we balance the jobs and employment with the retail and commercial centers, with the residential plays that go there. There will be an annexation that has to happen. There's a sliver of land that runs on the far western boundary, predominantly open space and river ecosystems that will be annexed as part of this project. But I'm very happy to see that state land put the trust in Chris and his team, because they do an exceptional job. They know the pulse and the heartbeat of this city. They know how to represent the needs and demands of the community to make sure we have a balanced zoning in the area, that we have great transitions from the existing residential, that we accentuate the employment areas, that we pull out the high retail commercial corridors. So very excited for this. The plan here is to advance the planning documents in the first 6 months of the year, and then in the latter part of 25, so July, call it, to January 26, they'll be going through the legal process of zoning, full of public meetings, planning and zoning, and then eventually bringing forth the zoning case, which will be adopted as a PCD, in essence, a master plan document that speaks to the zoning for the city. So that's really bucket one of the IGA. The second part of the IGA, and probably the more inventive and innovative approach, is how does the city work in concert with the state to create the greatest value for the state's property, thus increasing the demand and the benefits to K through 12 education by designing and installing public infrastructure. I said in an intro slide that the state constitution precludes Arizona state land from encumbering that land. So this agreement allows us to move forward with a structure where the city will design and construct the arterial roadway system. And so what you see depicted on the map, the blue heavy lines are essentially the arterial roadways that will be designed and installed with the underlying utility systems, so water, wastewater, reclaimed water where relevant, ahead of auctions. So that will mean that we have more shovel-ready projects, that development will not take as long. And so there's a lot of benefits of this to the state because it increases the land value, but there's a significant benefit to the city in that projects will mature and come to fruition much quicker because you do not have the depth of public infrastructure that remains to be installed after a transaction or a state land auction occurs. Now, I'll get into more details here, but I think a good rough number we have is a projected approximate $500 million of investment across a 50 or 20-year period. And I'll touch more on that in a coming slide. But just a final highlight here, you can see Lake Pleasant running in the spine of the project. You see all the east-west arterial roadways, and then you see 96th Avenue contemplated in there, really opening up this total area for all of the different land uses that can possibly contemplate it in the space. This next slide, and I don't have any zoom in, so I know people get frustrated with me when I have detailed slides like this. This is an entire project list. Our team has put an immense amount of energy into getting this right. What you have before you is a list of really every major infrastructure project that will entail. That's how I say when we say $500 million, we didn't just wing it. We just didn't make up a number. Our team has done high-level planning on every single arterial roadway, including the underlying utility system. So they have a basis to work from. So we're not just making this stuff up. Now, the key point of this, though, is that the city council, you folks, in the last CIP have already approved the initial seed money. You've approved roughly $140 million in the CIP for current investment in public infrastructure. The structure within this deal, we will use that initial $140 million worth of funding, and it will be leveraged to fund the entire $500 million of infrastructure. So on the bottom right corner of the slide, you might say, well, Mike, how is that possible? How are you going to take that 140 and how are you going to convert that into $500 million? So this is the bones of the deal. Inside of it, you see on the graphic top left corner, your initial investment of $140 million. You've already approved this. To that point, I'll go one step further. Our team is moving so rapidly that they're projecting the phase 1 design of Lake Pleasant Parkway and the phase 1 design of Ashlar Hills to be done by the end of the first quarter of 25. So we expect to have those arterial roadways and the underlying utilities designed by the end of March, maybe early April. They will commence construction most likely in the end of July. So they are moving expeditiously to help bring things to market. The way this deal works is the first $140 million essentially goes into a holding account. Money is drawn from said holding account for city-led construction projects. The city leads those construction projects, and upon completion, inside of the language it says, upon substantial completion, then the city will start drawing interest on that public infrastructure, until which time that land is auctioned. When that land is auctioned, the city will be reimbursed our soft costs, which are really the design costs, the permitting costs, the right-of-way costs, and any interest accrued on that infrastructure up to that moment in time. So when the land auction happens, we appropriate the amount of public infrastructure associated with that parcel of land. The successful bidder will then reimburse the city through check for the soft cost plus interest accrued during that period of time. Then you notice the dollar signs get thicker because the dollars get bigger. Essentially, when they patent the property, so that's a process specific to state land because there is no deed for that property, right? So once they go through that legal deed process, they owe us 50% of the hard costs associated with the infrastructure directly attributable to the property they bought. When they submit their construction or their site plan for approval, the balance of the construction costs and any outstanding interest will be due to the city. Those funds go back into the holding account, which are then used to fund subsequent construction projects. So when we say $500 million, or I go to the previous slide that had the laundry list of projects, It's not like we're building them all at one time. This is timed with the market. So the other thing that says in the agreement is the city and the state will meet on fixed intervals. We will look into the future. We will talk about what the market conditions are. We will forecast what are the next parcels to bring. We will decide which pieces of infrastructure to build. The city is going to get out in front of this by designing early so we can react quickly. By having full designs available on the next section of roadway, we can then negotiate more competitively to keep costs down. And then when the state moves forward with the transaction, then the cycle starts again. The state is motivated because they do not want to pay a large amount of interest, so they only want us building infrastructure so far in advance. So it's a symbiotic relationship where we are investing intelligently in them, they are recouping benefits significantly from us. The cycle continues and continues until which our city is built and we feel comfortable with where we are. So why this matters? You know, at the end of the day, strategic partnership with ASLD facilitates properly balanced growth. You know, when I highlighted the folks of the past in the city who've contributed to this thinking, or the folks that are here, or the folks that are to come, I really didn't highlight how important and actually how positive our working relationship with the State Land Department is. They are great partners. They are servants at heart. Their goal is they are commissioned to be fiduciaries of the state trust. They do an exceptional job, and understanding what motivates them was important for us. Helping them meet their goals and helping them meet their objectives was super important to us, and they in turn have shown that same level of respect to us. How do we keep our citizens in our city? How do we grow intelligently? I almost said grow smartly, because that wouldn't have been smart at all. But I want to highlight, there's a handout that would have been passed around, I believe, in the group behind me. I think you folks have it in front of me. We all love infographics because they tell a quick story. There's a couple of quick facts here that I think are just important to highlight. You know, number one, and I didn't speak enough to it, but I want to speak to it now. Why is state land motivated? State land is motivated, number one, because the folks that work there understand their fiduciary responsibility. Number two, they're public servants just like us, and they want to return value. And they see what others see in Peoria right now. They see that we're a place folks want to develop in. They see that we have the right mindset. They see we have a flexible business approach that wants to bring lands to market, because for them, their goal is to bring the highest and best use for land and return the highest financial benefit. This is a conservative number, and we've said that, you know, across the life cycle of this project, that this will return $1 billion to $1.5 billion. Yes, $1.5 billion to the state trust, whose beneficiary of this is really K-12 public education. And that's a conservative number. That's why they're doing it, and we're glad to do it. We're glad to do it because if they help solve their needs, they serve the kids of our community with those funds, but they also bring forth jobs, which is the next one. We forecast thousands of new local jobs in this space. The opportunity to attract new businesses, the opportunity to create employment centers, the opportunity to promote semiconductor, microelectronics, aerospace and defense, cutting edge technologies. The opportunities are endless about the potential of what this land brings to the table. Our planners, as I mentioned, really will highlight there's there's residential plays inside of this 6,700 acres. There's multifamily plays inside of it. There's job plays. There's retail and commercial plays. It's all intelligent, well-rounded growth. The tax revenue from this property, again, Peter talked about 2% incremental growth. We got high-end taste and high expectations for the quality of our service in our city. You do not increase the tax base in this city, right? We want to do that without increasing the tax rate. We want to increase the volumes, right? The revenue volume. That allows us to maintain the service level of our city. It allows us to then invest in parks and open spaces and other things that you can't do right now, right? You're having trade-offs. This allows you to do that. The other thing that's really unique about this space is if you've spent time out there, it's a very unique ecosystem. right? There are hillsides, there's what's open space, there's river ecosystems that will all fit into the newly formed MORE program operated by Parks. Right? This is a great opportunity for us and other developers to dedicate more open space, really on the outside edges, to allow us to play to the jobs and the retail along the major parkway, and then leverage the assets that are available to us with the land. By putting in this public arterial roadway system ahead of time, it shortens that length, right? It shortens the length to bring projects to market. And that's what we're looking for. Like, I don't have the patience to watch things develop over 5 years. I'm wound way too tight for something like that. So we need to find ways to bring these projects to market a lot faster because we have the needs for it now. And then you see in the dead center of the page, this provides up to $500 million of reimbursements for public infrastructure. So when you voted yes on the CIP last year for $140 million worth of project, you voted yes thinking you were never going to get that money back. You said, put that $140 million in the ground, and we're good with that because we believe it enables the smart growth of the city. This deal allows you to do that, to get that $140 million back, put it in 360 more times, and then get your 140 back at the end of the equation. I don't know who does your finances, but if you talk to them, they would tell you that's a pretty good deal. So there's a lot of other details in there, and I could probably dance and sing this song all night long. At the end of the day, it has been a lot of work to get this deal to you. We believe that this advances your council objective around economic development. We know it does. Being reimbursed for your public infrastructure costs is something that most people don't even contemplate. In fact, when we tell people, they often laugh and say, good luck. I've met several people who we've told them what we're doing, and they chuckled and say, let me know how that works out for you. This is my message back to them, that I think it's going to work out okay. All in all, I look forward to answering any questions you have, but if you can't tell by the smile on my face, we will be recommending that you adopt the IGA and the associated ordinance. So Mayor, Council, with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilor Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, thank you. I want to thank you. I know that I've had a lot of questions, and you've made yourself available to address all those questions, and thank you for, this is very complex, but to be able to explain it to ourselves and to the general public, I appreciate it, Mike. Just a few comments here. So this is going to be the last item I'm voting on in this seat. And so don't get me wrong, I think Daniel said it earlier tonight that I read every single packet and I read every single information and I take every single vote. Very important, and I take it serious. This one, I've really spent a lot of time going through the IGA. I've asked quite a few questions to Mike, and I appreciate all the clarifying information. Everyone knows that I don't support an airport. Everyone knows that I voted no on the impact fees. And when I review this IGA, it is not an airport contract. And as Mike talked about, the reimbursement on the infrastructure fees, that would help our impact fees in the future. So when I say I don't support the airport and I didn't support impact fees, I see this IGA helping both of those things. And so I wanted to go through just a few benefits because I know a lot of my constituents in the north, because it's the Mesquite district, will have questions. Want to be crystal clear. You go through this IGA, it's not an airport agreement. It allows Peoria to invest $140 million, like Mike talked about, that is already allocated in the CIP. So we're not asking for a new $140 million. That's already allocated into infrastructure, which that $140 million potentially could turn to $400 to $500 million of infrastructure because we're getting reimbursed our infrastructure from the state when it sells. That's pretty amazing. And it allows the city to purchase 825 acres just north of the 303 and just west of Lake Pleasant Parkway, which I think is core 2. And of that, 500 acres will be an economic engine for the area to create jobs. And I think about 300 acres will roughly be open spaces and some trails and stuff like that. The great thing about the economic engine for the jobs, as Mike stated, it will create revenue in the future for amenities in that area that are definitely needed. Also, it allows our Peoria Planning and Zoning Department to really be the driver. I'm looking at Mr. Hawkes. I've worked with him quite a bit over the last probably 5-6 years, and I know, Cody Gleason and Miss Lori Deaver, great team. I would rather them drive the future in partnership with our residents, because going through the zoning process of all these parcels will include resident outreach. And so I want to be crystal clear that it's going to be a partnership between our planning and zoning experts, who I respect, and our residents of that area in regards to planning our future. Also, I know our planning department is well aware that in Core 1, there's concern about a residential buffer. We got Pleasant Valley, we got West Wing, we got some nice custom homes that are in excess of a couple $1 million. But I know that the planning department is well aware of the impact that would have on residents in creating residential buffers. And so that's really good. There's terms in this agreement, this IGA, that allows the city to get out of the agreement should some of the terms not benefit us. Also, I just kind of want to close with this. Sorry, Mayor, but I would ask our council, our future council, and our staff and our planning department, as we look at the future of North Peoria, which is in front of us tonight, to really think about our future and what adds value to our community and what the citizens or the residents of that area have been asking, because we only have one shot to get this right. And we're placing it in your hands in partnership with our community. And I have trust in you that you will get it right and you'll listen to our residents. So therefore, Mayor, I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you, Mike.
Councilor Finn.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions. You mentioned in here a sliver needs to be annexed, and it kind of just prompted me to wonder, is there any risk with that sliver of not, getting annexed, or is that pretty well locked down?
Mayor, Councilmember Finn, so by sliver, I'm trying to figure which image. So if you go, it's a long rectangle, thin piece on the far left. So on the left side of the page where it says Lone Mountain at the bottom, there's a yellow bar. Directly above that, there's like a long, skinny rectangular that runs right on the western edge of the property. That's what we're talking about. State land just needs it connected, so they have it. I think the risk of that is extremely low.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, the land planning, this group will make those decisions, but I think that risk is extremely low, and it's fitting to connect the properties together. So.
Okay. And then my second question is, I guess, a little bit more philosophical. I know we're all excited about this. Phenomenal work. Congratulations to all of you. But my CEO always likes to ask the question, what could go wrong? What are the risks? What could potentially happen that we might be not thinking all the way through, or we might have just, the question is really what could go wrong?
Mayor, Councilmember Finn, great question. I often approach deals to figure out why they can't work in order to figure out how to get them to work. And in this particular realm, you've got a lot of protections because the state land department doesn't want to expose themselves either. And so by default, it's intended to be an incremental approach. It's not like we're showing up now saying, can we have $500 million to install a bunch of pontificated future roadways, right? Roadways to nothing. We have some like trails to nowhere in this city already, and we want to make sure we're not building roads to nowhere. So in that regard, it's intended to be a very incremental approach. So if you read the agreement, phase 1 infrastructure install is phase 1 of LPP, which is the expansion from 303 just north of the CAP. It's a signalized intersection just south of CAP, a signalized intersection between the 303 and the CAP, and an east-west arterial roadway intended to activate Core 2 as a primary start. So then you'll notice in the agreement, nowhere does it say directing you what the next piece is, because the intention there is for us to sit down with state land and say, what does the market tell us? So one of the risks you could have is you could have a market slowing, but the deal is built around a market slowing. You only have one project listing exposure, of which we can collect interest on that for up to 10 years. And so we feel like there is a strong protection in there and a wise body of investment. Now, another risk that could happen is cash exposure if you do a large roadway. So let's say we built Lake Pleasant Parkway all the way to State Route 74, but we only transact on little parcels right next to the LPP. You're never going to return all the cost of LPP because you went too far in your construction. So it's going to be a lot of wise planning. It's going to be a lot of discussions. But here's the good part. In the way we've structured this, we'll be back in front of council every year talking about the budget and talking about the execution. So it's not like you're cutting the group loose to go, hey, figure this thing out over the next 2 decades. We've assembled a small team. It's being led by Kate Powers, our former Water Services Director. It's housed with a series of staff that are already on board that have been assigned to the project. And so we'll be back in front of you on fixed intervals for updates. We'll be back in front of you for regular annual budget updates. So we think the risks are relatively low. We think that the market conditions remain extremely strong. But even if the market was to turn hard, we think that there's sufficient protections in there because we're only going incrementally to get there.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other council members? Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work on this. Obviously, I mean, you did mention that, you know, when I ran for office, I wanted to try to do something different that would actually try to change the way and our course forward for the city. And, you know, when I started looking at the economics for all the cities across the valley and across the state, it was part of my initial recruitment of Henry, actually. It was our very first conversation. It was Chris Hawkins' my first conversation with Chris, you know, same thing. I think city staff from HR on down, actually in here.
I think it was your first conversation with everyone in the room, sir.
It was. I'm like, this is exactly, this was the path, you know. And the reason why is because it puts it in our hands. It puts it in the staff's hands. Councilmember Schaefer mentioned that he trusts the staff. That was exactly the intention. The intention is, how do we drive revenue back to the city? And literally, by looking at it, you're increasing the revenue. I know the finance guys love that. Increasing the revenue by $400 to $500 million over a 15 to 20 year period. I mean, that really is significant. I had lots of, I'm not going to name names, but I had lots of state officials tell me that, and former state officials that told me that me contemplating this was a waste of time. I had lots of mayors that told me that this was impossible to do. Lots of developers that told me this was impossible to do. And that's why it was so important to have the right people in place. Council members, when we first had these conversations, me walking through spreadsheets and going through this process, parcel by parcel, at some point, I think my first conversation was literally looking at every single acre foot that was actually in both the PIC and the MPG. And, you know, what this does is it allows us as citizens, it allows us, our city, to control the dynamic future of our city itself. I mean, that is so significant that I don't know if people really understand that. It puts the power in our hands instead of a developer's hands. I'm going to tell a story. We lost an economic development deal that was so significant that was in the semiconductor industry. It was, I think, within the first 4 months of me becoming mayor, and I did the presentation to a company called SK. And when we walked them through, actually Michael Bedwell, the owner of the Cardinals, actually talked about this at the last day of the city. He literally flew the executives out to this site and lands them there, and we're sitting there talking about how we're going to try to do this thing. And it was a smaller parcel. It's like, in fact, it's actually where Amcor is actually going now. And we lost the opportunity to an actual state. I've said this multiple times. We don't compete in the city of Peoria with other cities. We literally compete with states. We're competing with Texas. We're competing with Indiana. We're competing with Florida. We're competing with New York City, or New York State, and now Utah in a more significant way. And we lost the opportunity in the state of Indiana. And so after that occurred, I went and met with the governor of Indiana. I had dinner with the governor, had a 4-hour conversation with him about the economics, why we lost, how we lost, how significant it would be, and what for us would have turned into a $4 billion infrastructure deal, $4 billion, and 30, what was initially slated as 2,800 jobs, is now going to turn into 10,000 jobs for the state of Indiana, 10,000 jobs in the semiconductor industry, with a major university actually putting a campus on that site for Purdue University, and it's on 400 acres. Now, what in this area do we have any land to be able to do something like that? I talk to people all the time about density. My wife and I were at a restaurant, Bourbon and Bones, the other night, and we were talking to the waiter, and the waiter's like, hey, how do I get through to people that we need density? How do we understand that people need jobs? This waiter understands it because it affects his paycheck. Waiter understands it because it's the difference between them getting 1 or 2 turns on a table at night or 3 turns on a table at night. It's the difference between restaurants coming in. It's between, we recruit companies all the time. We recruit restaurants all the time. You have to have jobs in this area to do that. You mentioned you drove 63 minutes one way. That is a common conversation. I was at dinner with Councilor Finn and his daughter. His daughter was driving 300 hours a year, 300 hours just to go to work. That's 300 hours of a 22-year-old, 23-year-old, she's 23, 23-year-old young lady's life is in a car, probably listening to podcasts, getting a great education from Joe Rogan and everybody else like that, I'm sure, right? Which is fantastic. But it's 300 hours of her spending time somewhere else in her car, not in the city of Peoria. Our goal, a lot of times we look at it when we're older, and I'm 52, going on in this job pretty much 70 pretty quick. When you're older, you don't necessarily think about it, because for us, traveling and driving downtown or whatever for long distances wasn't that, it was just part of the job. And I've heard that from older citizens. The reality is that is not what young families want. It's not what young people want. We need to be able to create an ecosystem, and we identified that very early on. And that was the plan to make this happen. That is what's going to change the city, and it sets the city up for the next 15 to 20 years, as Mike has pointed out, which is fantastic. Why is the reimbursement so important? One is it had not been contemplated in the state's history. It had been talked about. People, I'm sure, had an idea of it. Nobody had ever been able to pull it off. And our team, the team that's in here, the city staff, did the heavy lifting, and some of it's timing with TSMC. Some of it is the architecture of how this deal was put together, the creativity, truly the innovative die mentality. Like, we put it on the line to actually make this happen, and you guys pulled it off, which is absolutely brilliant. Out of this, we have other components that I think we'll talk about on the 14th of January, which people will be even more excited about. I'm trying to give a little sliver, but if you haven't shown up to a council meeting, that's one you should show up to, because it's a very, very big deal for the next step in the city of Peoria. Thank you for this. I appreciate this, guys. This changes our course forever, so thank you. With that, do I have a motion? Actually, hell. No, I'm going to motion. I know I technically can't. I know, I'm freaking everybody out. I just wanted to see how fast I wanted to see how fast Emily would react to that. I need a motion on 30R, please. I'll motion. Do I have a second? Second. Second, third, fourth. Please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. Next on the agenda is call to the public. As a reminder, each speaker shall refrain from personal attacks, foul or abusive language, and will maintain a civil and courteous manner and tone. Members of the audience shall respect the rights of others. It will not create noise or other disturbances that will disrupt or disturb the meeting. Jerry Johnson. Sorry, Mr. Jerry Johnson.
Mayor and council, thank you for the opportunity. I just want to take a moment to thank my council member, Patena, in Ironwood District, for everything you've contributed to, first of all, the city of Peoria as a whole, Ironwood District, and then we get it down to where we live at Westbrook Village. You've done so much for us, and we appreciate it. Thank you for all that. We're a better place, we're a better Peoria, we're better Westbrook, better Ironwood District because of what you've done. And so thank you so much, appreciate it. And congratulations, by the way. I think that's just absolutely fantastic, thank you. And I would be remiss not to thank Councilmember Schaefer as well. You and I have served on a lot of commissions and boards here in the city of Peoria. Appreciate your leadership and all that you've contributed to the city of Peoria as well. So thank you both. It's just fantastic what you've done for us in the city of Peoria. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin Schmidt.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. After hearing about $1.5 billion land agreement, mine's going to seem like small potatoes, but it's important to me and some of my neighbors. Over on West Sac Avenue, we have an issue with some barking dogs that's been going on for over a year. And the neighbors in my neighborhood have contacted the Peoria Police, who then patch us on into the animal control. And they've been responsive in going out to that neighborhood and even getting back to me. But the problem just continues. I'm just hoping that something more can be done. I live in a beautiful home. My wife and I love it there. But the barking dogs is just a daily nuisance. It goes on and on and on. I just recorded this today, and this went on and on. I recorded that for two and a half minutes solid, and it's just aggravating to be in a nice place and then have your peace and quiet disturbed by neighbors that aren't being responsible for their animals. I, at one time, by animal control person, I was told that there's really nothing we can do. I think maybe once they served a notice, but there have been several of the neighbors in our neighborhood that have turned in written statements of how this is affecting them. We have a lady in our neighborhood who's dying of cancer. We have a lot of elderly people in our neighborhood. And we would just really appreciate it if it could be looked into and somebody could get back to us, and we'd sure like to have it resolved. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Yeah.
I now recognize City Manager Darwin to give his report.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take this opportunity to expand on something you said a little bit earlier about the first time you and I met, and the primary reason that I'm here as Peoria City Manager. As a lot of you know, I spent a lot of time in government and actually had left government for a very short period of time, and Mayor Beck gave me a call. I was literally in New York City representing the largest mine in Arizona in a Superfund action. And I had a very lucrative career ahead of me representing clients. And he explained to me over the phone this idea about how a municipality could create economic development at virtually or no cost to the municipality, to the benefit of the State Land Trust and the education system in Arizona, to the tune of over $1 billion to benefit education, and it drew me back to government. It's amazing for me now, 2 years later, to see what the assembly of a great team following a passionate and visionary, with the support of a council, can do for a municipality and for a government. And I want to thank all of you for this opportunity to serve the community that I now live in, to reignite my passion for government. At the same time, I want to thank both Councilmember Schaefer, Councilmember Patena, for being, with helping me to learn what it's like to be in municipal government, what's it like to be a city manager, but also to remind me what dedicated public service looks like. And I appreciate both of you. I wish you both the best of luck. And with that, please show the special events video. Thank you, Mayor and Council. With that, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and I look forward to seeing you all again next year. That's my report for the evening.
Thank you. Report from Youth Liaisons. Sarah?
In the past month, the board has been to many volunteer events, one of these being the Day of Giving, in which we had members and alumni attend the event and support a variety of volunteer stations, including gift wrapping, face painting, and cookie decoration. Thank you.
Awesome. Manya?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So recently, the Youth Advisory Board conducted our annual Teen Debate Night that was open to the youth in the city, as well as the members of the Teen Leadership Academy and the Boys and Girls Club. And we also volunteered at the Winter Festival in Old Town Peoria. And here we just talked about what we do with the Teen Leadership Academy and just more about the Youth Advisory Board. That's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Next on the agenda is Mayor's Report. So Grand Canyon University Entrepreneurial Training. The City of Peoria and Grand Canyon University are teaming up to offer local entrepreneurs the opportunity to advance growth and economic development through structural training programs. The GCU training program begins April 1st. That's not a joke. Only a few people. April 1st, with the goals to foster innovation, supporting startups, and scaling early-stage businesses. Class sizes are a maximum of 30. Enrollment applications are coming soon, so watch for the city website. Man, this is an impactful weekend. The Shop with a Cop and the Day of Giving. This weekend, residents and community members and city employees participated in two impactful holiday events centered around giving back to the local community. The first event that took place on Saturday was Shop with a Cop. This annual event is sponsored by the PPOA, in which they partnered with children in our community to provide breakfast, followed by an opportunity to shop for gifts for both themselves and family members. I got to tell you, this was the two components this weekend, and I know that there's more coming up from Fire, because Fire does 26 events, which I'll talk about here in a second, but 26 events in 24 days, I think it is. The Shop with a Cop event, I was fortunate enough last year to participate as mayor for the first time, and extremely impactful. Being able to walk children through, we had a few domestic violence families that had dealt with domestic violence that we were able to spend a tremendous amount of time with, even go as far as help them find, a couple of them help find jobs and things like that. This year, some city staff were there and actually saw the impact of it. There wasn't a lot of dry eyes from a lot of the things that we got to do this weekend. But one of the most impactful things for me was we were able to help a mother that has been homeless for the last, and living out of her car for the last 9 weeks. And literally the night before the event had slept in our parking lot here on the city. And we were able to not only, the police officers from PPOA were not only able to walk their daughter through, but we were also able to help her mother and be able to try to make a difference in their life and actually find her housing within the first hour or two of being able to do that. These are things that a lot of people don't see, that our officers and our police officers and our firefighters are dedicated towards. You know, I was reminded of this multiple times in seeing how the children were impacted by both our firefighters yesterday at Day of Giving, or Sunday at Day of Giving, and our police officers at Day of Giving, and as well. You know, our public safety officials are typically the first people that interact with citizens. It might be the first time a citizen may ever meet a public safety or a city official. Whether it's one of our SROs at school or our firefighters. You guys are here with your mustaches, so I got to point you out. And you got all the white shirts in the back. And our chief, I'm sorry, and our police officers there as well. Our SROs at school might be the first best interaction that we have to be able to impact a child at a school. And it's one of the reasons it was pointed out today of why it's so important for us to continue and grow our SRO program, and we're committed to do that as a city. But it also, you know, our firefighters do fire safety in schools and things like that. These are all great first-time interactions with youth, and it might be the first time that they ever meet somebody from the city. That impression is a very big deal. The next time that they may see somebody from public safety is when there's a tragedy or there's an accident. And you know, when our big red trucks show up, or our black vehicles with the cool blue decals show up, we want that interaction with that child or that individual in our city to be one of great service that actually makes a difference in their life long term. So when we have opportunities like this with Shop with a Cop, and then the next piece that I'll talk about is the Peoria Firefighters Charities Program. 26 days, over 26 events, over 24 days. It's a lot. They're donating. They're getting toys right now. So on Sunday, the PFFC hosted one of 6 26 toy drive events. I'm trying to read this so I get this exactly correct. This year, they're expecting to provide Christmas for 131 families and close to 480 children. 84 local businesses assisted in accumulating toys to donate, and they're still taking donations today. On the 24th, Christmas Eve, the residents can volunteer to help sort, deliver toys throughout the city of Peoria. I can tell you, when it comes to Peoria Day of Giving or the Peoria Firefighters Charity event, being able to sort toys, there's absolutely nothing like being able to impact somebody when you're doing it firsthand. In fact, our city manager actually walked a child through, and Mr. Kevin Burke helped, as well as Chris Calcaterra, made a huge difference in being able to walk a child through and being able to see firsthand what it's like to actually help that child pick their toys out. It's probably the most rewarding thing this weekend that I've done in years. in fact. It was incredibly impactful. I'm going to go back to the Shop with a Cop. The lady that we helped, the mother that we helped, the first thing that she asked for was she wanted to buy more dresses and more clothing for her kids. That was the first thing. And then we had to convince her that, okay, well, we need you to shop for you. Like, literally, we need you to actually, what is it that you need? You know what she asked for? Does anybody have a guess? Socks. Socks, guys. So anybody that's watching on the screen or that's in this room, you know, a lot of things that we take for granted and we feel blessed about on a daily basis, these are the things that actually impact people's lives. And if we didn't have our firefighters and our police officers doing these great charities and doing these types of events, it is making a massive, I can tell you firsthand from seeing it and participating in it and being a part of it, and it makes me want our city to be even a bigger part of it next year. We need to go all in because this is how we do social return on investment. This is how we make a bigger impact on our citizens. And a lot of us in this room, a lot of us that are watching, we are very blessed in life to be able to have the things we have. And it just makes me and my family personally want to give more, want to do more. And I hope it does the same for all of you as well. So please support all of these charities. There will be lots of information on our website for both PFFC, and they are taking applications for their Christmas family program up until December 20th. This program is designed to help families in need during the holiday season. It provides assistance in the form of gifts and other support for families who are facing financial hardship, ensuring that children and families in Peoria community can experience the joyful holiday season. We've talked about the Day of Giving. We hosted over 2,000 children at the Day of Giving. It was our largest event ever. One of the big factors, and if you look at the screen, this is literally double the amount of volunteers we had last year. We had the Trilogy Veterans Club brought out 32 or 34 volunteers. I literally text them 2 days or 3 days before, and they were able to assemble that much, and we were able to bring this many volunteers to bear. The reason why this is so important is because we had over 4,000 people, individual people, parents and children, walk through and fill our parking lot. We literally had from the front of the stadium all the way out to 83rd Avenue a line that lasted hours and hours and hours. The organization around the Day of Giving was founded by 3 or 4 members here in the city, and they are doing great things to try to do this. And our goal is to really make a bigger impact for the city in going all in on these types of programs. So thank you to our firefighters for doing what you guys do. You guys are, I would almost say you're like our biggest marketing arm driving around, as well as police. What you guys do and the service that you provide, not only on a daily basis, but to the families during this time of year, very, very impactful. Thank you. Thank you for doing it. Today is a great day in Peoria. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Brad. And congratulations on both of you escaping. We're adjourned.